Okay, we are starting. Please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, I think that we are ready to start. Okay. So, good morning. Welcome everyone to an amazing place. I think that we should have changed the title of our meeting. Instead of digital, we should have adopted environmental literacy. I think that it sticks very well with the environment and in an amazing place with very interesting people. But most importantly, having you, our community, our network, the active participants of this actually event, that it is part of DCN's global work regarding to reach out communities, to reach out activists, to reach out people, that they are very active in the digital technologies field, people that they are very active inside their communities, and above all, we want to bring you together. We want actually to bring together separate voices and make them heard through a joint collective effort. And this is what it represents today's event, the launching of a hub in an area of the utmost interest for us, because we have seen a lot of potential through all these years' work with you in this area, but also with our global community. DCN Global, as you know, it is an initiative that started at a grassroots level. It is an initiative that came out of a youth exchange that has taken place in US, and it has been developed thanks to the generous support of State Department, Educational and Exchanges Office, as well as with World Learning. But beyond all, DCN Global, it is our people, it is our community, it is you. And it is through you actually we will build further our capacities in this area in order actually to address important issues that are not only local or regionals, that they are equally global ones. And if you wonder what you can do, the question will be discussed and answered through these 2 days. We want to do things related with digital technologies, with understanding their potential. We want to do things about promoting and addressing critical issues such as digital literacy, media literacy, that we aim actually to promote the full potential of the area. And the full potential of the area, it is you, but most importantly, it's the day after. Thank you very much, and I would really like to thank the whole team that worked effortlessly to bring you together here and actually host this event. Thank you very much. Looking forward for an exciting today's event. Thank you. I would like now to invite our first speaker, Akil.
Good morning, everyone. Quickly checking the mic. I think I forgot my clicker, so 1 second. There. Thank you. Can we see the presentation? All right, how is everyone doing? Good. I love it. So, Nikos surprised me a bit. Usually he likes to talk longer, so I'm surprised I have more time. Today we have a small session. We divided it in 2 parts. So one, I will tell you a little bit about online communities. It will be in kind of a different, in 2, yes. So it will be divided in 2 parts. With the help of ChatGPT, we named the session Beyond Borders, Building Bridges in the Digital World. What does building bridges actually mean? It means connections, to find target groups, but basically how to connect, how to find the right people, how to bring kind of your goals, your mission to people, kind of like metaphorically bridges. So we're not talking about physical bridges. And we talk about learning how to leverage digital platforms and engage online communities. So depending on what your organization's goals is about, or your personal goals, I know that some people are more in personal capacity, some are more representing NGOs or different entities. You can take away different learnings. So you can look at it from an angle of how to build an online community. Maybe you already have an online community, how to make it stronger, how to connect with different audiences. But also personally, how can you maybe leverage communities that exist? How can you understand them better? And how you really can tap into the potential. I like to talk a lot, but you can always interrupt me and raise your points, have questions. I would love to involve you. And make no mistake, I will actually encourage all of you to bring in your opinion. Because what Nico said, for me, I've been with DCM a few times. What I love the most is actually to learn from all of you. And where you can all learn from each other is by talking to each other. And even during the presentations, you all have so much knowledge about your local culture, your local community, your organization. So bringing in your opinions and thoughts and ideas is really valuable to everyone in the room. And the second part of this presentation is we have real-world case studies. And we will talk about case studies from my colleagues who work in the APAC region for Doctors Without Borders. And we'll talk more about this as part of the presentation, but especially at the end. We will bring some live cases, real-life cases that my colleagues are working on. So, if you're new to me, I love to play with GIFs. So if my talk is too boring, you can be entertained by GIFs. But first, let me quickly introduce to you what we are going to talk about. So first, I'll give a small introduction. Then I want to go a bit deeper into what do communities broadly stand for, what are communities really about. Then we talk about kind of 5 steps, how you can leverage online communities. I have to look at the time, but Nikos gave me a bit of time. So if we have time, we quickly jump into AI, because what's the talk these days without talking about AI? I give a quick taste of what AI can do in this regard. And then we'll dive really practical into the live case studies from MSF. So first of all, why should you actually listen to me? I always find it important that you know who is the person that you're talking to, what kind of knowledge does this person have. First of all, I'm not from this region, so as I said, you're the experts, especially talking about your communities. I'm based in Berlin. I've traveled quite a bit. I've seen many different places, so I can maybe bring some experience from different cultures or different countries that I've worked in or traveled to. One thing that you need to know about me is I'm a passionate community builder. I love to build communities, both offline as well as online. So I try to build the bridges as well between the worlds, so to say. And I did this in many different capacities, both as an activist for human rights, but also professionally working for different organizations. Right now, I lead the tech engagement internationally for Doctors Without Borders. What does that mean? I connect our organization, Doctors Without Borders, with tech companies. I talk with Meta, Facebook, Instagram. I talk to TikTok, to X, Google, and even to organizations like Canva, OpenAI, and different entities, and to see what are the best use cases, what are the best tools that our organization, as an international humanitarian organization, can use to reach our goals, to reach our mission, and to empower our colleagues who are in the field even better. And how did I reach into this position is I worked in tech before. I always worked in the intersection of the humanitarian sector and the tech sector. So before that, I worked 4 years for Facebook or when I was there, it was renamed to Meta. I've actually worked in this capacity also with DCN. So DCN has been part of my career for many years. And as part of Meta, I used to build the largest online community platform and program that Meta had at the time. So we were serving up to 45,000 community builders. So if you know Facebook, if you create a Facebook group, all of the Facebook groups in 25 markets were run and supported by my team back at Facebook. Before that, I was working as a digital ambassador. I love the title, in Ghana, in Africa. And what I was focused on there was building digital literacy in Ghana, especially in the development sector, in the development cooperation sector. And as part of my, especially private activism, actually, I was named as 4830 under 30. It's quite a while ago, so I'm not under 30 anymore. But that was also part of me using social media for human rights, especially advocating for refugees in the European region, but also beyond. If you want to tag me on Instagram or any other social channel, you will find me with Vote Akil in most platforms. Tell me if you don't find me on any platform, then I need some work to do. So, understanding communities. For me, communities, in the last few years, we've talked a lot about communities, but for me, actually, community is something that I really am passionate about, and I think about it a lot. And for me, communities start basically with the existence of human beings. You all know that we have an urge to be social beings. Sometimes, maybe when we're low on energy, we want to spend time by ourselves, but otherwise, we always want to be around people. And the more we collaborate, we are together, we are stronger, we are better, we are more effective. So actually, when we think about communities, it's one of the oldest concepts of human people. And it works offline. And I think when you really think deep down about it, that is where you can learn a lot, even in your online work, when you translate kind of what community means. What does your community mean in your family, in your friends, in your football club or cricket or a badminton club, whatever you play? All those are small communities that existed for a long time. But then what are maybe the small things, the glue that keeps the community together? So when you think about the deep truths of those communities, you can translate that into the online world. And for me, whenever I try to think about something that really sticks, it comes actually from that world. It comes from the world where you can see it offline, and you identify something, and then you can see how do you actually translate that with digital tools. And digital tools just help you make these things more effective. So this is the point where I will not only start my gift game, but it is also where I turn to you to answer the questions. I would love to understand from you. You can refer to a local community or also to an online community. What do you define as community? What does it have? And maybe we can have a mic. And can I see some questions? Otherwise, I will point directly to some people. I warn you.
Okay, since I got the mic, can I start first?
You want to start?
No, I will pass it to the rest of the people. But
maybe we can go in this row.
Yes. Probably shouldn't sit here way at the front. You need to have people?
What is a community?
Oh, example.
Maybe, yes, or what does it give
Facebook
you?
Facebook groups.
Facebook groups? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And ideally
one
you can...
word.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be one word, but also maybe a community that you're part of.
Community sharing common goals.
Mm-hmm. And what community shares the common goals?
It can be online community. It can also be a physical community.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have to work together to be able to reach a certain goal.
Like perhaps the online community, our WhatsApp group for the DCN participants.
Very good.
This event is a community of media information literacy advocates. So there.
Probably people with the same mission and with the same purpose, with the same goal, right? Like for example, why we're gathering here. So we have a same purpose and a goal at the end of the day. Thank you.
I like that.
You still need more?
Sure.
Maybe community is the group of people with the same interests. Like you have the same hobby, like sport community or English community.
There's a lot of people from ASEAN here, so I think ASEAN is a good example of a community. The fact that we see common interests and we come together and embrace regionalism, meaning we put our region interests as our own interests, then we work together for that common interest.
I like that.
Hello. Yeah, I think I would go to what community is not. No, like for me, community is not always a common or shared goal within its members or participants within that community. Community can be something like people who disagree with one another yet comes with the same goal or solution in the end and works together with one goal. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Okay. For me, community is composed of diverse individuals. Those individuals who has a unique characteristics, personality, attitudes, and skills that at the end of the day, they are part of a very big puzzle picture and contributing for a very holistic view of it.
I love the metaphor of a puzzle. It's very good.
I would like to describe community as like a puzzle. Each piece on its own has its own function and has its own place in a community. And it has its own ecosystem where it brings out the best out of that community. And so as everyone describes it, it promotes a goal, a certain interest out of that community.
Thank you. Okay, I think I will take it from there. You can keep the mic for now. I will come back to you in a bit. We've heard kind of a lot of similar things around shared missions, maybe a shared goal. We also heard something about maybe not everyone in the community has to be the same, and there can be disagreements. I completely agree with that. As part of when I was working at Facebook, we had to define what is actually the definition of a community. And there was a lot of studies conducted, and we found some things that were common, and we differentiated in between what we give to a community and what people receive from the community. And I want to share this with you. You can maybe disagree or agree with it, but I think when you look very deeply and analyze into communities, that is where you can find maybe the difference between what is a community and what is not a community yet. So for example, we thought about like examples like the DCN WhatsApp group. For me, it depends, is it already an established community or does it have the potential to become a community? What do the participants here, what do they give to the community to actually that it becomes a community? And what do you all receive from being part of this? Because only then it starts to be a community. Let's look at a bit deeper into that. In a community, what you give is trust. Only then you actually feel part of a community. When you trust it, when you trust certain people, you don't maybe have to trust everyone, but you have a trust that this community is going into the direction, into maybe the shared goal. Trust can be in different currencies. That can come in different ways, how you show trust, how you give trust. When you hear somebody talking about this community or when you talk about this community externally without any of their members being there, that is where trust comes in. We'll also learn later, maybe from our colleagues from Doctors Without Borders, how trust can be seen in different forms when you engage with the public. One resource that you also give is time. Time of attention. Now everyone is in a competition of attention online, but also offline. Like you only have 24 hours a day, so that time is limited. And for example, you all decided to be here. Yes, you had the privilege to be here, you were chosen, you applied, but the time that you take to be here, to learn, to connect with each other, that is also something that you give to the community. And a form of investment. Investment can be volunteering, investment can be money, it can be convincing other people, so there's also different ways of how you invest into something. But even if you give a lot to something, it might not be the start of the community yet, because for it to become a real community, you need to receive something back. And the first one is one of my favorite things to talk about and to think about, is a sense of belonging. A real community, and that's why it's one of the oldest things that exists, is when you really feel like you belong to this community. I think that is something very powerful. And when you communicate to different communities, to different people, if you achieve that somebody says, no, I belong to this community, or I feel like I'm part of this, that is when your brand of an NGO, of a company, of an organization is the strongest. Because even if people will attack the organization, they will feel part of it, so they feel personally attacked, or they feel that their community is under attack, they will defend it. And it can work in so many different ways. But also, they will maybe volunteer to recruit more members. They will volunteer to share the goal wherever they go. They will internalize what this community is about. And the second part is the sense of safety. I want to always put a small attention to this. It's not always real safety because I don't personally exist that 100% safety exists. Especially when we talk about online spaces. I know we're going to talk about disinformation. And maybe we're also linking a little bit to online harm. I think a perfect place that is 100% safe doesn't exist. That's why we need to be guardians to make sure that people feel safe and that we can take action whenever that is under attack or in a threat. But that is part of a community where you make your others to feel safe. The lady back there shared that sometimes we have disagreements in a community. Yes, but are you safe to share them? Do you feel safe enough that you can actually talk about it and don't be judged for your opinions and can be part of the community even after you had a big fight? I think that is very important and you can practice in a lot of organizations. And with that, I want to lead into, after we have an understanding of what communities are, into 5 steps. Of course, there can be many more. I reduced it. And I named it leveraging the online communities. As I said before, think about it from your perspective of personal or professional development. Think about it on how to build a community or how to understand it, to tap into it. And as I said, I have a GIF for almost every slide. So if I'm talking too much, you focus on the GIF, and maybe it makes you smile and you think about it, how it relates to the topic that I'm talking about. There are 5 things, and I think we will share the presentation later, so you don't necessarily need to take pictures of it. You're allowed to, of course. 5 things that for me are very important. One is the community identity, where we dive in deeper. Then purpose and audience, the choice of the platform that you choose to be active on, community engagement, how to make people be engaged and active, and the content strategy, which is very often when you think about it from a personal brand, but also from an NGO perspective, sometimes that is lacking a real strategy behind this. So, first of all, understanding community. Who knows these people? Can I see some hands? Yeah, I see some hands. You know what the supporters of them, what is the community called? Army. Yes. So you already by knowing this, you learn the first step of understanding a community identity. The community has a name. Name is so important in every single community, and it's something that we very often forget when we build our online community or when we try to talk to a community. If you get the name wrong, as in like you as a brand or organization, you want to talk to a community, but you don't know their name, you're already missing the first step of connection. How do you identify as part of a community? Is by speaking the same language, by understanding their community identity. So only if you know that you're part of the army of BTS, you know that you can talk to them, you know that you're one of them, and that's very important. And it can be very simple, and people often laugh about it, and to be honest, the first time I heard about this, I also laughed about it, because people told me when they start building a community with intention, one of the first things after building like the name of the community and the structure is to let their members choose or to even put a name forward for the community itself. Like for example, DCN participants is not a name. What do you want to call yourself going forward after this conference? And it can be something as simple as, I don't know, you all found an animal outside and you find it funny, and it can be the digital geckos or something like this. And the first time you hear about this, it will sound weird, maybe funny, and some people will say, no, I don't identify with being a gecko. And then people will start referring to it again and again. Every speaker who comes up on the stage will say, hey geckos, how are you doing? And then you start attributing some things with the animal or with the name to your community. And like this, community is built through habits and rituals and repetition. And so even the funniest name will become part of the identity, and that makes the community really strong. Because one time you meet a person again somewhere else in the world, maybe in the region, in a different country, and you say, hey, are you not also a gecko? And immediately you have the trust, immediately you have the connection, you think about this. And that is very, very, very simple, but is often forgotten when we talk about understanding a community. Some of the communities that I supported came up with really random names. For example, I supported a motherhood group, and for some reason, they liked elephants. So they called themselves the elephants. The first time I heard about it, I was like shocked, like, why do you compare yourself to an elephant? What does it have to do? But they really like the attributes, like of being strong, being wise, remembering, being very empathetic. And like this, they made a connection. And now, whenever the members meet each other, they maybe even have stickers with elephants. The community knows itself. They know immediately that they're part of the community. So that's very important. But, of course, the identity also goes beyond just the name. The name of the community, the name of their supporters, and the people. It can also go into the branding when we talk about corporate identity or community identity. We talk about colors and shapes. When you talk about, for example, posts, and that can be personal as well as professional in an organization or in a personal, how do you make sure that every time people see your posts, they associate the community, the brand, with what they are seeing? Even sometimes not consciously, but subconsciously. Does it give you a nice warm feeling? Does it give you a feeling of warning, I need to pay attention to this? Or does it always subconsciously bring back the thinking to the start of what you want them to feel? And that can be also seen in shapes, for example. Like, is all your social media more rounded? Is it more edgy? We can talk hours for this. It has different psychology, what shapes affect you as a reader, as a consumer. So really think carefully about this when you're thinking about designing your content. And as I said, you can take this also personally. Like if you want to build a personal brand, maybe you always put a small picture as part of it. You start seeing, for example, people putting posts on LinkedIn with their pictures or with pictures of their work. So you always think back to that. Then the second part is, I think we have to turn off some of the mics that we passed around. So, defining the purpose and the audience of our community. Is it me?
Let's turn off all the mic.
Let's see. I think it's good. Yeah. Okay. Now, also something that is very often overlooked is what is the purpose and the audience of a community. Turn this off. Okay. Yeah. Something that is also very often overlooked is the purpose and the audience of a community. So, purpose for me is very important because when you start a community, or when you really want to try to understand what a community is about, try to understand what are they trying to achieve, and what are you trying to achieve if you build a community. For me, it's very important, especially when we talk about conflict in a community, or disagreements as we had it before. Because when you don't know what the purpose is, then you don't have a direction of where you should fall to. When you know what the purpose is, you can always fall back into any argument. What is the solution out of this argument? Oh, we look at our mission, our values, and what we really want to achieve. And then maybe, especially when you have dilemmas and things that you cannot choose, that is where you can find the North Star, the direction where you want to go to. That is the solution out of a conflict. So that is one simple thing that helps you to go forward. But purpose also is way more than that. For many people, when you ask them, why did you join this community? Why are you a fan of this brand or this organization? It's the mission, the purpose. So it brings them forward. So that is something really important. And I will always focus on this both personally and professionally, because it's the same way you can see it in that way. Personally, when you make a post, what is the purpose of this post? What is the idea behind it? At Facebook, we used a strategy that was called get to buy. 3 very simple words, but they're very powerful. When we made a big campaign, we tried to bring the whole campaign, maybe it's a 4-page document or even more, we tried to bring it down in these 3 words. Get to buy. Get, yes, I will explain it more in detail. Get, who are we trying to get? Who are we trying to talk to? What is the audience? And try to be as specific as possible. There's almost like, a lot of people say when they're not so familiar with talking to people and an audience, they will say, I want to reach everyone. You never reach everyone. Like even in the online community, when you have a lot of money, you don't reach everyone. But who are you really trying to get? For example, for this conference, we have participants from specific countries. We have the digital communications profession, and we have a young target group. So all of these people, those are the people that we're trying to get. So that is the get in the get to buy. 2, what are we trying to get them to do? Do we get them to learn, to connect with each other, to get them to sign up for something, to register, to support? So the 2 is also very important. This is the action. What do you want them to do? And the last part is the buy. That is the method. How do you want them to act? By doing what? By showing up here, by watching the live stream online, by contributing financially, by sharing their time. So get to buy. That's one of the, and it's the same thing that I talked about before when we talked about the identity. Is something that sometimes when I didn't want to do a big campaign, I didn't think about it. But in the end, when I tried to think about this concept more, it made my strategy always better. It made it always stronger, whether it was a small post or a series of posts or a big campaign. Another concept, if you don't like this one, there's many different concepts that you can try, is think, do, feel. What do you want people to think when they see your content or when you talk to them? What do you want them to do? And what do you want them to feel? The feeling part is very important. We talked about the sense of belonging, the sense of community. So how do you want them to feel when they do that? When they donate, when they volunteer, when they watch your content? What do you want them to feel? Emotion is one of the strongest motivators for people. Okay. Next thing is choosing the right platform. This is where I can give you a global overview, but this is where you are all the experts, but also never estimate how fast the environment is changing. We always need to be on the lookout for what is emerging, where are people talking about things. For me, one of the striking things that a lot of big organizations usually, smaller ones often get it more right than big ones, get wrong is that they say, I want to be part of, I want to only talk to them about here on this platform or on that platform. I want to build my own platform. I want to bring people there. But for me, the most important thing is you go to discuss and to engage with people where they already are. Are they in WhatsApp communities? Are they on Facebook groups? Are they on Reddit or Discord? Try to really dig deeper into where they are so you can address them. Of course, every platforms come with their risks. The risk of that you don't own the content is owned by the platform. They decide on what is allowed to be shared on the platform or not. But if you want to pull people to your platform, you have to make sure that they frequently go there. And that is the power of the right platform. It's part of their daily routines. It's part of their lives. Like I check WhatsApp when I wake up. I maybe check WhatsApp, Facebook groups because the group I'm really interested in. So it's part of my routine to always go there. That is the power, and that is why it's so important to be part of the conversations on the platforms where people already are. Because if you're not there, you will just not happen in their mindset. We see it a lot with elections, for example, on TikTok. There's several countries where certain parties did not participate in TikTok, and other parties that are younger, maybe more radical, and they used it as an effective strategy to be there. And we've seen the same with Facebook in the past. That then they are suddenly top of mind of young people because they were always part of it. Maybe not necessarily, they didn't have the better content, but they were just part of their daily routine. When they brush their teeth, they're watching TikTok. When they're walking somewhere or going in a taxi and going somewhere, they still consume something. And it can be different in every region. It can be X, it can be TikTok, can be Reddit, where a lot of trends emerge. For example, globally. With my colleagues yesterday, we talked about Discord. That is often not that known yet, but it's also a very strong competitor of Facebook groups. It comes from more like the gaming side. But for example, I've also seen communities of language learning on Discord. So sometimes people find niche communities and then they build them stronger. And by choosing the right platform, you really make sure that you're part of these conversations and then that you can, with your content, that might be appropriate already to them, or you have to change it slightly, you have to adapt to a platform. You make sure that your content is seen by the people. Also, don't make the mistake to, I think I'm a really big fan of recycling and upcycling content, but don't make the mistake to make one content for all platforms, because all platforms speak a different language. Same as what we talked about earlier with understanding community identity, is also understanding the community. If you don't speak the same language on it, like sometimes you can even see it by the format. A Twitter post or X post is different than a Facebook post. You can already see it by the length. but also it works differently with hashtags, for example. But what I like to look at when I look at a platform is how was it designed? What is the key intention of the platform? What is the most powerful first button on Twitter is retweet. So what happens is, and why Twitter, for example, is the fastest social media network that I would say, is because the primary action on X is to retweet. The first thing, if I support something or if I like it, I don't put a like, I put a retweet so that my followers can see it. That is why X moves fast. That also means that you can put more content and you don't have to worry about cannibalizing the reach. Different, for example, if you compare it to Facebook. What is the primary action on Facebook? Is a like. So the first thing that I want to people to do when they see content there is to like. If there's stronger emotions, then maybe they put a comment. And then if they really strongly connect to it, then they share. So it's completely different. Sometimes I saw different experts refer to Facebook as the cow that kind of digests the content, but it makes it live very long on the platform. But that also means that on Facebook you can maybe get a bigger reach because it lives longer than on X. But so for me, when you think about a platform, is always think back about how was the platform designed, what is the first action. And if you want your audience and your target group to do a different action, think about how clearly you tell them to share something when sharing is not the first thing to do. Or for example, to react with a different reaction to show their interest. So for me, that is also really important. Then we're already at step 4. Second part of this part of this presentation, fostering community engagement. This GIF I love a lot because it shows perfectly what community engagement is about. You are part of the community, so you're part of the running group. You involve others, but you're also leading the way. You're showing the way. You're really demonstrating what people should do. Very often I get questions why my community is not reacting to my audience. Why can I not connect to them? But then very often those individuals or the organizations actually doesn't interact themselves in the comments, for example. So whenever it's possible with the resources, for me it's important that you don't leave comments empty. Because what is more powerful than your favorite brand to like your comments or your interactions? Like if you're a fan of BTS and BTS likes one of your comments, how do you feel? You feel amazing. You feel like, oh, they've seen me. Yes, probably it's only their social media manager. Maybe if you think about it, you know it a bit. But if they comment back with an inside joke from them, you will probably even take a screenshot, frame it. I don't know what you will do with it, but you will feel so grateful that you were part, and you feel even closer connected. Yes, your brand cannot be always maybe as strong as BTS, but you can achieve the same kind of feeling. For example, if you have an expert organization, maybe you can bring in an expert for some time who answers some of the comments. You can involve other people. You can involve different people of the organization. And in your organization, there's always different things that people look for. But what they always want is have interaction, to feel seen, to feel part of that they belong. And when you really belong, you're part of the conversation. You're not just there to give a like and then never be seen or never be heard of. So for me, that is really important that you actively comment, you actively engage with the audience. That can also mean different ways of engagement. For me, one of the best things that you can see online to be part of it is, and why it's so easy, is polls. Like when you're an organization and you don't know what to choose, why don't you ask your community? Put the question out there and see what people come back with. If you want it to be a bit more safe, you can give some options before so people can choose. But very often, like brainstorming with a community can also lead to great inspiration, great engagement. And once you start doing that, and you start doing that more regularly, more people will interact with you. One of the things, and I'll talk about this in my last point, is making something a ritual content. So for example, why don't you have a question every week or a question every month? So it's the question of the month, and people can really show their interest and, again, their time and commitment to your organization by answering, by responding. Because in the end, that's also like, you maybe know the hashtag sharing is caring. That is also something how you can share your opinion, share your ideas, and it can bring forward, especially if the organization is open-minded. So, last part is about content strategy. Again, a topic that is very often overlooked. And I define content strategy basically in two parts. And the first one I call ritual content. So it's content that happens every week, or it can be every month, every day. But it's content that you can plan. You can plan well ahead. And sometimes you have to really listen to the community, what they like. I know communities who do a check-in every morning. They just share a picture, and it can be as simple as like a sunrise. Even at MSF, we have actually a person who uses one of our international communities, and he frequently shares a picture of his morning run. That picture reaches usually more than 12,000 people in the community of staff at Doctors Without Borders. In the beginning, I didn't really understand what does it have to do with working for MSF. But as people got so used to seeing these beautiful pictures, it became part of their routine. It became part of a ritual to see that. It's something simple and engaging, so people can wake up, see that, and start their day. For me, ritual content has a power of what we talked about earlier, of being top of mind, to be always like part of the community's thinking, of their emotions. Connecting again, earlier about this on TikTok. When you're part of the conversation, always, is something about repetition. So really plan your ritual content. Plan something that is very easy, and think about it as a content series. So whenever you make a post, you can also already think about, how can I make this post a series? And that can be as simple as dividing a post into 4 different parts. For example, if you ask a question, why don't you ask 4 similar questions and make it every Tuesday, it's the question. Suddenly it becomes part of a ritual, and then you will see that maybe the community responds to it or not. On community and online engagement, everything is about testing as well. I'm not going to tell you if your community doesn't react to questions. You need to keep asking questions all the time. You can test it, and if it doesn't work, you change to a different format. But ideally, and especially when you see content that worked really well, try to think about, how can I make it a series? And again, I connect to the very beginning of my talk. Communities is one of the oldest things that exist. One of the strongest elements of communities, when we think about ancient communities, is rituals and tradition. Tradition is maybe an old dated word, but tradition is nothing else than a ritual that happens. And connecting that to the online world is something that happens repetitively. Sometimes we don't know the ritual or the background of the ritual, but it has established itself as part of a community. And that is what you want to achieve online as well with your content. So when they're so used to it that sometimes they might even ask for it when it's not happening. That is kind of a ritual content, but it can be as simple as like question of the week. It can be the statement of the week. It can be the picture of the week. And the week is just an example. It can be anything else. The second part that is not ritual content is the campaign content. So a campaign is limited for one specific goal. And it can be, again, it can be a week, it can be a month that you're running this campaign, but you want to achieve something. And the trigger of this campaign is it's going to end. So there's a surge of urgency, there's a sense of, oh, this is really relevant right now, but it might not be relevant later, so I need to do something now. That is where, especially when you do a campaign, I urge you to connect to earlier to think about the get to why or the think, feel, do. That is very important. Also, when you think about the content strategy, there's one more thing that is connecting to social trends. That can be global social trends, but it can be also very local social trends. When you're part of the conversation of what's happening in your community, you connect maybe to humor with memes, or to conversations that happen on TV, on the radio. Maybe if it doesn't always have to be super related. And I share that very often in our organization some inspiration of how other brands are using it. So for example, we know that the Super Bowl is one of the biggest events in the world. Actually, it's not very watched, kind of, for example, in Europe or other regions in the world, but it's very big in the US. So a lot of people online talk about it. One thing that I saw that was really great was completely just focusing on this event. An organization made a small, simple statement about how many people watch or see the Super Bowl, and then how many people are searching for another topic. And it just made this comparison. And by that, people are like, oh yes, people think about the Super Bowl so much and watch it so much. But I think it was about the crisis in Sudan. But this is how little attention the people think about the crisis in Sudan. But this post got so much reach, and a lot of people who normally wouldn't talk about the crisis in Sudan, but also they wouldn't talk about the Super Bowl, suddenly had a connection, and because it was part of the conversation that was going on anyway, they were starting immediately to think about this. Another example, I think that we were talking yesterday at dinner with some of the speakers, is Spotify Wrapped. You might have seen this every year, and it bothers me that it always happens in November, not in December, so it's not end of the year. But every year when that happens, everyone talks, not everyone, but there's a huge community online to talk about Spotify Wrapped. But it's something that is so easy, everyone can plan it. You can already write it down today, end of November, Spotify is going to release Spotify Wrapped. So at the same time when they release Spotify Wrapped, why don't you do a Wrapped for your own organization, for your own goals, for your own year? And you frame it, maybe you use even the same hashtag of Wrapped, or you just make it visually look similar to that, or you make it in the same style of how many minutes did you spend on a specific topic, advocating for a specific topic, what were the 5 most influential people, what was the 5 most active community contributors. So there's a lot of simple ways of visualizing data and at the same time using a trend that is happening online. And that can be, Spotify Wrapped is something, again, I told you that I'm using more global examples, but think about it, what that means locally. Maybe there is, one of my colleagues is going to talk about the campaign from the Lunar New Year. Maybe there's something more unique to your community that is very local, that happens, and you can already plan that it's going to be a conversation. Or you cannot plan it, but you learned about it by watching TV, and you saw something that was funny that happened, or something that sparked a lot of debate, and you can use that. So that is the part about content strategy. And we're just going to quickly check the time. Okay, we have some more time left, so I'm going to quickly jump into AI. As I told you, we can hardly have a talk these days without talking about AI. And the next 2 slides are going to be full. As I said, you don't need to take a picture. You will get the presentation later. If you want, of course, you can write it down already, but we're going to share it later. As I said, it's just a small taste of where AI can help you in the part of community. One thing that is really important to know, there's so many tools out there. Again, it's the same with community. It's all about testing, trying out what works for you, but also staying really alert of what is being developed and what is the community maybe using. What I like to focus on here is some of the free tools that you can use today. So it's really that you don't have to pay for them, you can access really easily. And these are just some of the tools that I have seen that you can use in community building. But community building more broadly also, as we discussed it today. I think you're pretty much, if you heard about AI, you're familiar with ChatGPT or some of its competitors from Microsoft or Google. But when we talk about content production, one of the tools that I really like to use is, for example, CapCut. I actually not only use it for work, but I also use it privately. When I have a video, it has AI-generated transcription of a song or of comments that you made. Very simple to use, it's free, you don't have to pay for it. Very easy how AI can support you. And this one makes your content more accessible. Especially when we think about people being on the move a lot, they don't always have audio, for example. So by being able to both hear it when they want to, but also be able to read it while they're just like scrolling through, you're making it accessible, again, staying top of mind. Image generation, there's many different tools already, or background remover. It's something very simple that makes your content production way easier. I've used that in the past. On Canva, you can actually also use that, but on Canva you need the premium version, I believe, for the reduction of the background. Content moderation, so when we try to combat also the threats of AI, sometimes we want to check if comments maybe are written by AI or certain attacks, maybe letters or something else. There's also already a lot of tools out there that can detect if something was made by an AI, so it can help you in your engagement. Maybe also when we talk about disinformation, we will learn about this more in the next few talks, I think. There's also great tools for summaries on all different sorts. There's tools for meetings that can summarize it, but also on YouTube videos that are maybe very long. That's also really interesting to condense that. Then we have community engagement. We have already tools that can create relevant comments, for example. I would be always skeptical of those, but at the same time, for me, AI is also very often a good source of inspiration. So I use that to be inspired and then maybe change it, whatever the AI suggests me to do. The last one that I want to leave with you is Prompt Wine. It's a library of prompts. For me, the AI tools are only as good as how you are able to talk to the AI. So by learning about how to make better prompts, and this one is a really great resource, maybe your results can become way better. The last part, and this is why I say don't take pictures, you will get the slide later. There's so many AI tools. In fact, I read some studies, and that's probably already outdated news. That was like, there's more than 2,500 AI tools that are built every day, that are being launched on the internet. So it's a crazy amount, and it probably, I don't know if it's more or less now. It's just to make you aware that there's so much going on, and we cannot always know everything that is coming up. But it makes a really big part of being a part of our online community is to always learn, being on the lookout, being ready to be open-minded. When something emerges or when people tell you about it, try it out, and if it works, you can see, and sometimes you can even combine different tools with each other to make a more powerful outcome. But it's an amazing time to live in where we can get so many opportunities of democratizing skills that we did not have before. And with that, I want to close my part of the presentation, and I would love to invite my colleagues, they're from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, to the stage, and we will have a panel where we talk a bit connecting to the 5 points that I made of some real examples from MSF, from Doctors Without Borders in the region. So I'll invite you. A quick time check. How long do we still have? Do we have until 11? Or okay, perfect. And can we have one more mic? Okay. I think it was over there. All right. Thank you for joining me on stage. We'll get a second mic. And maybe we'll start with Sanya in the beginning. I think. Yes, so what I quickly would like you to do, each of you maybe to introduce yourself with your name, the region where you're from, and just quickly on what you focus on at work.
Okay, hello everyone, my name is Sania. I am part of Doctors Without Borders, working as a digital communication officer, and I am based in Indonesia.
Hi everyone, my name is Deun Sawado, or please call me Fiona. I'm based out of Thailand, but I basically do digital marketing for our region, APEC region.
Hi everyone, this is Jehan from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. My main role is fundraising for Doctors Without Borders in Malaysia. Thanks.
Thank you. So, as I said, we're going to focus a little bit on the 5 topics that I presented earlier. And I want to start first with the content strategy. So, we heard a lot of different parts of content strategy. I would love to learn some of the case studies from my colleagues on how they worked on the content strategy. And maybe the first one, I will start with Fiona. Maybe you can talk, I think yesterday we talked a little bit about the malnutrition case. So I'd love to learn a bit about like, do people like to talk about malnutrition or not? And some of the insights that you had on previous campaigns on that.
Yeah, okay. So earlier this year and also last year, we make a study. So we make a study of launching a malnutrition content on our social media. However, the result and the engagement was not so well. It was lower than expected. But then again, we adjust our approach. So we change our strategy. We launch malnutrition and other theme at the same time. So we launch malnutrition, we launch mother and child, maternal health, and also emergency response at the same time. After we launch this theme together, the engagement and the donation rate also higher than expected. And we conclude because when you launch malnutrition only, people will think, oh, okay, should I engage or not, or yes or no? There's a yes or no question. However, when we launch multiple theme, then it gives people choices. It gives people options. So which cause do I want to support or donate? Yeah.
Thank you. I think that is a really good example of like how you change. We talked about like learning and adapting. It's really important. And for example, this is a really good case. Like malnutrition is a really important topic to MSF, to Doctors Without Borders. So we want to focus a campaign on malnutrition. But what do we do when people don't want to talk about it? Like we presented yes or no, people don't want to talk about it. And then I love this idea, the approach, and maybe it was intentional, I don't know, or it was not intentional, that we launch different campaigns at the same time, or we launch it with 3 different topics. And again, we give the community or the supporter base an option to choose between 3 things. And then suddenly they realize, oh no, actually it is important. And maybe in that moment it's more important than a different topic. So thank you.
And what's surprising us is that when we launched malnutrition alone, the engagement was low. But we launched different themes together. Malnutrition make the best engagement. Yeah. So
interesting. If somebody has any ideas of why that could be, we're also still looking for answers. It's always interesting how a community reacts to something. And also especially given the choice of something else, then maybe they come back and we're like, oh, no, actually, this works better for me or not. Thank you. Staying on content strategy, Sanya, maybe you also have an interesting case to talk about. I think one of my favorite campaigns at MSF that I love to see. And
so for communications, our goal will always be raising awareness and also like brand identity, right? Especially in this region. And considering that we are relatively new in this region, we have to like find a way on, finding way to stay relevant to our audience, bringing stories and also faces of people who are actually from the region. So one of the way that we do to raise the awareness of our brand is by creating stories of our staff who are actually from this region and posting it on our accounts to basically like share people that, hey, in this organization, there are also like people from this region and they're sharing their experience and they can actually like talk about our social missions, but more in, in human way, from their perspective. And I have to say that having staff sharing their story in our social media channels is actually a good way to also like spread the awareness, because they will be sort of like the ambassador of our brand, right? So it's great to see like the engagement of our content of this human MSF. We call it Humans of MSF. Because once we post it, we will let this staff know, and they will be, get excited because they are featured in our channel, and then they will share it, and their friends, their followers will react to this. So that's a good way for us, and also I would say cheap, to raise awareness of our brand and also like social cause.
Thank you. Who knows the concept of Humans of? Have you heard about it? Can I see a show of hands? I see some hands, not so many. So I'll maybe quickly also explain where this comes from. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the first part of Humans of New York was actually the beginning of the start of that.
That's actually our inspiration. We're inspired by Humans of New York, with simple pictures and then story of people, like regular people.
Yes. Exactly, and that is the simplicity that makes it so great, and I love how the team adopted it into using a case that you can see online, and to adopt it to an organization where it's really relevant. And Humans of New York, it's actually a street photographer, and he started by just going through New York and actually talking to different people, and as part of talking to different people, he made a picture. And then he always shared this picture of the person, and he makes really good photos, of course. But he always connected the photos with a small story. And this community is huge. It's way beyond New York. I follow it. I actually have no intention of going to New York, but I love the stories of human beings. And using the power of that to showcase your brand as a brand ambassador, as you said. I love that. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the difference also what happens in the difference to like showing stuff like that we see from Europe, for example, when we think about MSF, and to showcasing like local people?
Well, at the initial part, when we launched this segment in our social media, we are using stories from like global stories, from blogs basically, of our staff from Europe, from different parts of the world. But we were thinking that maybe it's better to like feature people who have like, again, being relevant with the region, and apparently it performs better as compared to when we feature like people from different part of the world.
Yeah. And I think that is again really important. Connects to what I said in the very beginning. You are the expert of your community, and it can be the expert of your country. It could be part of your culture, because even within your organization, maybe you represent a different minority, a different group. And how do you bring those voices? I think in one of the DCN conferences previously, we also talked about the power of kind of the visual identity. And for example, when we look at stock images, they're very often white or Western-centric. So how do you also bring kind of your colors, your perspective into those kind of platforms, but also especially on your brand, showcasing regional and local nuances in your social media, even like visually, but also by the language or slang or words, I think is really important. Thank you for sharing that. Jehan, maybe you can connect to that, talking about like regional specific campaigns in Malaysia. Maybe you have a good example, I think.
Yeah, but before that, I just want to ask Sanya, when is my turn for this interview? Human of MSF, why am I not invited? Yeah, but I have a very straightforward in terms of content strategy. I'm from Malaysia, so in Malaysia, of course, we have multiple ratios. And MSF has always Chinese content, because our biggest audience is from Hong Kong and from Taiwan, both places. But surprisingly, in terms of fundraising, they never really started this campaign to do an appeal during the Chinese New Year, where most Chinese people get most of the money from their family and relative from this red packet. It's a cultural thing. So 2 years ago, we tried this on appeal. During the Lunar Chinese New Year, we sent appeal letters. So so what we found is the result turned out to be very good. So we did it again. We tried again the second year, and it repeat the result. So this is something like you mentioned just now, like a campaign that you can sort of predict it, on top of the regular appeal that we do. Yeah.
Maybe you can explain a little bit more of what is an appeal, and how did you do it? What did you focus on in this message, or how did you even understand that it was relevant and it was overlooked before?
I can't answer why they overlooked this, because it seems very straightforward to me. Yeah, appeal is a letter that we send on regularly to our supporters, to our donors. So we call for support in terms of donation. Sometimes we call for petition sign by using an email channels.
Great, thank you. And it's very interesting. Can you also talk about, so you said that for you it was very normal and natural. Yeah. And I think that is, for example, also a really important insight that I had many times working for international organization. Even when I was working at Facebook, sometimes for me something was so evident, and I was asking myself, why are we not doing something about this? Why are we not talking about this? It's very likely that even in a big organization or in a small organization, no one has thought about it, or they've thought about it, they have dismissed this idea. So it's really good to come up with the idea and to follow kind of your intuition, what you see in the market. Maybe you can I don't know if you want to talk about it a little bit of like the comparison also, for example, so we do New Year, but Ramadan, Christmas.
Yeah, this is another case study that since Chinese New Year has been doing great, we bring in great result. We try to replicate for Ramadan, but somehow Ramadan doesn't work. So maybe if we have audience that know this answer, they can share with me. But just now you mentioned in terms of something that we left out. Another case that I remember is previously we send our communication in traditional Chinese character. So that is not typically used in our region. But then we notice and then we actually ask to change it to simplify Chinese. Because even though it's the same language, but then the audience, the public will think that it might not be a legitimate, it could be a scam, things like that. So that, another good example, I think, the relevance that we use.
Yeah, I think it's super important. And as I said, like the cultural nuances in language are also really important. And it can be changing from traditional to simplified, but it can be also kind of using regional dialect in the speech. As I said before, it's part of the community identity, maybe, the language and the words that we use. Okay, maybe we switch to a different topic on kind of choosing the right platform. Maybe Fiona, we can talk a little bit about a case study of like paid video ads. Maybe you want to share a little bit more about that.
Okay, this is a live case study again. So on Meta, we launched the campaign where we push video ads and image ads against each other. So lots of people may have thought that, okay, video contents are always more engaging. But from this test, we found out that on Meta, people are more engaging with a single image. So it come to our conclusion that people, in the fast-scrolling environment, people tend to look at it for a few seconds. So the image tell every single detail already. Looking at the image, they understand what's the call to action, what we would like to communicate. Unlike the video, you have to watch until the end of the video, sometimes make 60 seconds. So we decide to leave the image on Meta. However, we launch and we move the video content to TikTok instead, where the audience of TikTok are already expecting to see the videos. Yep.
I think that this is again a very good example of what does the audience expect, like speaking the language, or in this case, the language of the content of the medium, and the video content on TikTok is performing better.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and on TikTok, for example, one of the insights that I learned from TikTok, having calls with them, is that they actually want to have a lot of different videos, and they want to have, especially, for example, when you run ads on TikTok, that people get oversaturated with the same type of content. So if you run an ad, you want to have different videos that you can showcase, because once maybe somebody is bored by seeing one message, they can see a different message on a different video on the same content. But I think it's really important that you also understand, again, that you test what the community is reacting to most. And maybe you can, I don't know if everyone is familiar with this, but you said about call to action. Maybe you can explain the call to action concept, because sometimes people are not aware of what that is and why it's so important.
Okay, so call to action is actually what we want our audience to do. So we are coming from an NGO, and my goal is to make people make some donation. So my call to action is to make people contribute. However, if we launch a content from Sania, which is from organic content, the call to action might be just to click the link and learn more, learn about our mission, or learn about how our mission is going. So making a clear and strong call to action is very important when launching a content.
Thank you for sharing that. For me, that's also really important. If I would have put a sixth step of success, it would have been call to action, to focus a lot on call to action. And what is really important, especially for organizations that have a lot of goals, is to have one call to action. Every post, every communication, even when you talk to someone, when maybe you know the famous concept of an elevator pitch. If you meet an important person in an elevator and you want to convince them of something, you have one call to action that you ask them to do, because we humans like to keep it simple and to have one thing that we want to do coming out of a conversation or coming out of a post or a video that we have seen. Then I think we're going to switch from choosing the right platform. Maybe we're going to talk a little bit about community engagement. Maybe I can switch to Sanya and we can talk a little bit about what is digital health promotion and how does it relate to that?
Okay, so digital health promotion, or we usually call it DHP, is basically health promotion activity, but instead of doing it like face-to-face, we're using digital tools to reach people. So it's basically a collaboration between medical team and also communication to create a campaign that reach people and educate them on health. So it's basically as simple as that. The concept is, yeah. And where the engagement is actually in the comment section. That's when we need to like monitor if there's any questions or if there's any comments that we can like react to. That's when also like the medical team also need to like give their medical perspective, because in our case, because we're a medical humanitarian organization, we should put, you know, medical perspective in our answer. And also, most of the campaign will be about certain medical issues. And yeah.
And maybe can you share a little bit, we talked about the CTA, the call to action, and you talked a little bit about the goals, like what is the goal of digital health promotion?
It's really depending on the theme. Like for example, during COVID, we set up a campaign to educate the people on, you know, all the measures that we have to do to prevent ourselves from getting COVID. Or also on mental health, what to do when you're feeling, you know, because COVID affected us mentally as well. And a lot of like comments came in and asking about medical related stuff. What do I have to do if I get COVID? I'm feeling unwell, or yeah, a lot of, and that's when we communicate with the people, when we engage with the community.
And on which platform does this happen?
We did it on Meta, so yeah.
On which?
Facebook. Primarily on Facebook, and also Instagram. But majority of like the interaction is on Facebook.
Very interesting. Thank you. And then maybe to bring us to an end, maybe Jehan, you can talk about a little bit. So we're coming still from call to action. We've talked a little bit about different things that MSF does, from fundraising to raising awareness. Maybe for some of you who are not familiar with the organization, the Doctors Without Borders received the Nobel Peace Prize quite a few years ago. And part of this money that was received as part of the Nobel Peace Prize went into one special unit at Doctors Without Borders that have a very special goal that is a bit different from the rest of what Doctors Without Borders do. So maybe you can talk a little bit about what we do in this realm, and maybe close with one of our most recent examples of how we're trying to have a very clear call to action and what the goal is of this.
Yeah, so part of this grant fund, so they used to form another arm. So this arm, the primary call to action will be to bring more access of medications to our patients. So how do we do that? Sometimes we break the monopoly, sometimes we bring more access. So one of these campaign is called Time for 5. Time for 5 is...
Can we have the last slide of the presentation, please?
So this Time for 5 is a petition, is advocacy for the public to support MSF, our work, to call for this company, diagnostic company, Danaher, to reduce one of these tests. So gene expert test, this test is that the team found that the cost to manufacture these tests is less than $5, but the company is charging 10 to 15, depends on the test. For Ebola, it could be $20. For TB, it could be 10 to 15.
What is TB?
Tuberculosis. Could be more. So that's the CTA, that's the petition. We want Danaher to respond by lowering all the tests to $5. So petition is, everybody knows, so people sign up, people call for actions. So what different these times that we also partner with an author, John Green. He and his army, it's called Nerd Criteria. They are also very active on YouTube, on Reddit. So with his support, like after he pledged for helping us, he actually bring in about, in 48 hours, he bring in 24,000 of signups. So how this army partner with us is he called for action, he called for the community to do something. So they call the company, they create meme to post online, and then they add a lot of pressures. What their aim is to make the cost of maintaining this company reputation is actually go higher than they're keeping the cost of this test. So,
and that's a really interesting example. I mean,
yeah.
what this company is investing into their brand reputation costs more than what they make as profit from this, and what the harm actually it is. Is this the first time that MSF is doing a petition?
It's not. In fact, this campaign has been started way in 2019. And Danaher actually responded once by reducing the standard test by 20%. But of course, we don't want to stop there because we think that it can actually bring down to $5.
And this $5 is not actually a number that is just taken out of the air. It's done kind of by research, by understanding how much the production costs and what went into this. And actually, even at $5, a test like this, they would still make profit, right?
Correct. And they are actually receiving a public grant to do it. So it's like...
Can you explain that? So they receive a public grant too?
So they receive about 250 million, I think, to create this amazing test. So they created this amazing thing as supposed to benefit all the patients, especially in low and middle income countries. But they are not doing that at the moment. With the grant, they created this amazing test and then they use it for their profits, for their stakeholders. So this is where the campaign, the SS campaign, fight for. So, so one CTA for the audience today is everyone can take out your phone and scan this QR code. So to add more numbers, so our team can actually continue to add pressure to the company, make noise so they can succumb to this pressure and really do something about it. Because by lowering the price, we can actually save millions that we can, same fund, same resources, can help more people. It's a very straightforward thing to do.
Thank you. Thank you to all three of you, and thank you for your attention. If you want to support us, this is a very small, simple step, and it shows the example of what we talked about, a simple call to action. You only have to scan the code and sign up and support this effort. A petition is also, again, part of an engagement strategy. It's something that a community, that maybe you want to be part of our community, if you want to support it, it's a very simple action, but cumulative, all together, we can make a big impression and a big step. And as of, I think, as of last week, we already have more than 100,000 people who signed the petition. So it's already starting a big global movement. And I'm particularly proud that Doctors Without Borders doesn't do this only like in a petition that in the United States or in Germany, but actually all over the world. Like, because we're an organization that operates in more than 70 countries of the world, in all major conflict zones. We also have our audiences and patients everywhere around the world, but we also want basically the voice, to lift the voice of all of our patients around the world, and even those that don't know it yet. So if you want to support us, scan the code and sign up. And we're open for questions now if we have the time, or also later during the breaks. Thank you very much. There's one question in the back.
Hello. I noticed that you're not doctors. So my question would be, what are your thoughts about, let's say, credentialism? Because some communities, they don't consist the right expert members. For example, yeah, like in the you're gonna make a medical community, but there's no doctors in it, so it wouldn't survive long enough. Something like that.
Thanks for the question. So our community, like, you mean the supporters or at Doctors Without Borders? At Doctors Without Borders? Ah, yes. So I think it would be, right now it would be a waste of time to invite doctors here because they have more important things to do in the field. But the vast majority of our employees are medical staff. And also I believe it's more than 80 or 90% of our donations are used primarily only for the medical work. So it is actually a mostly medical organization. One part that often is overlooked, though, when Doctors Without Borders was built, the organization was built both by doctors and journalists. And that is something that people often don't know. Actually, when I joined Doctors Without Borders, I didn't know this as well, because part of it is reducing human suffering, supporting, saving lives, supporting the medical emergencies, and filling the gap. But the second part of our mission is actually to bear witness. Maybe does one of you want to explain it? Yeah, I'll give it to you.
So part of bearing witness is that we speak and we come to the places where there's this gap of medical gap, and we're trying to bridge that gap. And sometimes people don't talk about this in media, like for example. But for us, we need to voice it. We need the world to know that, hey, there's something going on. Like for example, maybe some of you don't know what's going on in Sudan because the media doesn't talk much about Sudan, for example. So yeah, that's part of bearing witness.
Right. Just to add to your questions, actually, we have a lot of medical field workers coming from the Philippines. We have a lot of Filipino doctors. We have a lot of Filipino nurses. They even got sent to Gaza last year. It was on the news. 2 or 3 Filipino doctors went there and went back to the country. And if you are interested, if you have any doctor's friend or anyone who is interested to join our mission, please feel free.
I also just want to add, even though the name is Doctors Without Borders, actually our team also consists a lot of logistics, our colleague, our procurement, because doctors is good in what they do in medical, but let's say a disaster happened, we need to quickly transport all our supplies from our hub warehouse to the place. So all this cannot be done by doctors, and we have to rely a lot of our other colleagues. So, for example, procurement, they need to source the best medication at the best cost. So, and even for us fundraiser, we are not doctors, but we are actually helping the cause. So it actually consists of multiple role to support one big cause like this.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope that answers the question. Perfect. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Okay, hi. It's interesting because I'm a final year of medical student. So, okay, because in the other side, I'm also a content creator in creating a digital health promotion programs. So it's kind of like related. But one thing I want to, maybe my question will be, two questions. The first one will be, for example, if we want to make ads related to call to action or using images, sometimes it's come to it's not a copyright, but it's like privacy matters. So sometimes we really want to use some, because in medical field, a lot of things are very sensitive. So how you deal with privacy matters when it comes to videos or even images. And then the other thing is digital health promotion is good, is like another level on spreading health awareness. But my question is how you keep engaged with people in rural areas where internet is not accessible or even electricity is not accessible.
Of bearing witness. They're documenting the stories, they're talking to them, and then they are working on the video content, photo content, but also the statements, because the comms team that is on site, they take the pictures, they ask for consent. It's very important, we have a very strong ethical guidelines on what kind of pictures we want to show, and that we have a consent. And very frequently we deal with that. So we have a media library of pictures that everyone can use, but we always make sure that we still have the consent. So for example, a case that I can share without mentioning the country or the name, that is, for example, my role. I work together with, I build relationships with big tech companies. And for example, recently we had a video go viral on different platforms, and it used a video from MSF that was from 12 years ago. And we realized that actually the consent that we had asked for was expired. The video, we didn't have it online anymore. It was taken down from all of our platforms. But somebody had stored it from a long time ago, and now with a conflict emerging, they put it on viral platforms and it went viral. And they used it in a different context setting. So even though it was not our mistake, somebody took the video, we still, we own it to the patient that we created this piece of content, even though we didn't upload this particular part. We made sure that we talked to the platforms to take it down. It took a while, but they actually listened to us because we have the copyright on that, so they could take it down. But you want to add something?
I will answer the DHP part. I would say that it is just a part of like the actual program for MSF. Like the actual work is like really reaching out to people on the ground, in the field. So use digital tool is just basically, it's not like the main the main way to reach people, but we would like to broaden our reach, and that's why we're using digital. So for people who lives in, let's say, a secluded area, of course we cannot reach them through the internet, right? We are reaching them like directly. Yeah, I hope it answers your question.
And the same applies not only for communication, but also for medical treatment. So for example, we have mobile clinics, or we go to remote areas where there's no access. I think we have time for one last question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Kurniawati from Indonesia. Actually, I also handling social media, but for a government in Indonesia. And I'm really interested in this session. My question is about the insight of platform. Do you really care about that insight, like the number of shares, the number of engagement, or the other insights, or do you have any, because it changed over time, right? The algorithm always changes. Do you really care about that, or do you have any other like tangible KPI or any other outcomes like donation or others? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If you are asking if we actually care about how many shares or how many likes, yes, I regularly look at it. However, my action is not depend on it. Our action depends on the purpose, just like Akil explained it before. So we always go back to the purpose. What is the purpose of the content? So as a humanitarian organization, when we launch content, people have different opinion. Okay, I don't want to support this kind of community. I don't want to support that kind of community. I want to support this cause, but I don't want to support this cause. However, our standpoint and our purpose is to help people to get treated, to make sure that everyone have access to medical care. So we always go back to our purpose, and we still launch the content. Even so, we might have negative content, but all in all, we are impartial and we are neutral. So we go back to our purpose always. Yes.
And maybe to add on that, thanks for explaining. I think what is really important about this is the part of what my colleagues mentioned earlier is about one part of our mission is to talk about topics that no one talks about. To talk about the forgotten diseases, the forgotten conflict. So if media is not paying attention to it, we're kind of trying to push for it. Same as when we talk about this campaign, that people maybe don't know about it, maybe it's lack of attention, or it's willingly people look away, but we try to bring the attention to that. So I think, yes, it's important to look at it, but also sometimes it's not as important because of your mission and your purpose to focus on that. And the last point that I want to make on this is sometimes the absolute number is not the important part, but the comparison. So for example, what Fiona mentioned before around like malnutrition. So the shares were, or the comments and interaction was low, but then when we compare it and then we make a different campaign, then it goes up. So maybe in overall numbers, it was still not amazing, but it was performing better suddenly. So I think the relative numbers is important, even when platforms change, to compare it with different topics, that's important.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, good morning from me. My name is Dimitris Dimitriadis. I don't know if we all know me. Everyone? Someone that doesn't know me? So, I will be your moderator for the next 2 days. And this means that you need now, before the coffee, to stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Can we have some music? Anna. Yeah, because we need to move the juices inside our body in order to absorb all this content that we got from Akil. Thank you very much. Waiting. Super. Now I want you to go side by side and start rubbing your next person's shoulders. Do a little massage. Come on, come on. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Akil, jump into the massage. Okay, great. Super, super. And now turn around in order for the other person also to receive. Super. Super. Now take a deep breath. Give a huge round of applause and get some coffee. We will be here in 30 minutes. The coffee is just there, like the mat.
There's nothing I enjoy more about my role as U.S. Ambassador to ASEAN. There's nothing that excites me more in my role as U.S. Ambassador to ASEAN than supporting YSEALI. Because when you think about how dynamic and exciting this region is, at the core of that is the dynamism of its young leaders. We all must work together if we hope to address the climate crisis. I am proud to say that the United States continues to devote time, energy, expertise, and resources to address this critical crisis.
My presentation was really on waste management, but focusing on the waste that's found along the coastlines of Southeast Asia. And I was very fortunate to get the information from the International Coastal Cleanup and the Ocean Conservancy. And what I did was show the similarities of various waste streams between the countries, and the whole idea of that is so that way they could collaborate with one another.
I think this is definitely a space that it creates healthy conversations among young leaders across the region, and bringing young people from different parts of the region really gives us the opportunity to come up with solutions, because I think solution is what we really need at this moment.
What I really love about the YSEALI Regional Workshop and the Marine Warriors theme is that it's getting kids to really think out of the box and to really focus on a topic that they may not normally be thinking about in their daily lives. And it's a really important topic to their future. And the Game Jam part of it, it's really trying to figure out how can we actually take that awareness and turn it into an action. How can we get people to play a game and walk away from the game understanding that this is something that they need to do as they go about their daily lives. And I think that to me is pretty amazing.
So my experience so far during the YSEALI Marine Warriors Workshop is truly amazing. It's so fun learning new stuff and insight from experts and scientists and NGO workers. And it's also been very cool to engage and talk to incredible leaders across Southeast Asia. We have this activity called Game Jam, and we engage with other leaders from other countries to think about a game that will educate people about important marine issues, and it's very, very exciting.
I know that marine pollution and waste and environmental sustainability and climate change are things that I really worry about, and I know they really affect all of you in terms of livelihoods and your future. And it's so nice to see people who are engaged in finding solutions.
I think it's an experience, it's a journey. We have 4 days of work. So we start with this open debate day with a lot of experts and touching sensitive themes on disinformation in South America. But tomorrow we have the participants, the students, participating during the entire day in a hackathon, where the group that wins the hackathon probably will visit and will share the experience within a DCN event out of Brazil, so the winner group. So they are very excited to participate. It's a way to engage the undergraduate students within this team. And then the experts, the network, we go to Rio. And in Rio will be really exciting because we're going to visit the most important institutes, universities, and places that works in the battle against the misinformation. So I think it's a journey. It's a 4-day journey that we prepare, thinking about what can we do best to think about DCN and South America this link.
So today it was very interesting. I had a chance to moderate this discussion, which brought up people from South America to discuss about the challenges and to seek solutions to tackle disinformation. And I think it was very insightful because we could hear different perspectives. And also we had students that joined the discussion. And I'm pretty sure that what we debated here opened their minds as well, and also gave us lessons on how to collaborate and how to engage more to deal with disinformation and to have democracy more strengthened and alive.
Bueno, tuvimos una gran sesión, una mañana muy interesante. Creo que es importante seguir profundizando en las necesidades y sobre todo esas necesidades formativas que tenemos alrededor de comprender la transformación digital y lo que las tecnologías están implicando para la sociedad. Latinoamérica crece enormemente en sus capacidades de dotación, de generación de conectividad, si se quiere, pero carece enormemente de estrategias para la utilización, para la producción, para la transformación de la información y de todos los datos que estamos capturando. Esto pasa también por muchas deficiencias en el sistema educativo y muchas deficiencias que vienen tal vez articuladas a una falta de interés de los gobiernos o de quienes podrían actuar. Creo que ese mensaje queda hoy, nos damos cuenta que vamos por un muy buen camino, que crecemos en algunos elementos, pero que el camino por recorrer sigue siendo amplio.
We're so happy to be supporting this great event, bringing together specialists and students from throughout the world, not only in person but online. The Digital Communication Network has done an amazing job bringing together experts on super interesting topics, really covering all aspects of disinformation. And the aspect that I love the most was sharing all of the best practices and the projects going on throughout the region. It was amazing to hear from leaders from other countries in Latin America. So it's not often that we have events in Spanish, Portuguese, and English. So it was a great opportunity to bring Brazil together.
La experiencia que he tenido en este evento ha sido increíble y fabulosa por 3 situaciones que son importantes o 3 cuestiones. La primera es porque al compartir las experiencias de trabajo que tenemos sobre el derecho de acceso a la información, el manejo de medios digitales y el conocer los contextos particulares, podemos ver que en los distintos países hay ideas similares. Y creo que hay gran potencial en poder trabajar en función de redes y ampliar nuestro trabajo de una manera colaborativa. Esto es muy importante para que podamos conocer y contextualizar una realidad global, que es de lo que el evento ha tratado. Creo que es fabuloso lo que se ha hecho y creo que es importante que sigamos conectando y haciendo un seguimiento a las redes y cómo se pueden conformar grupos de trabajo multidisciplinario entre las instituciones y entre las organizaciones.
Toda a experiência desses últimos dias foi uma experiência muito rica, muito importante, não só para a universidade, né, como para os estudantes. Eles ficaram muito gratos a tudo o que aconteceu. Eu recebi uma série de mensagens de agradecimento, não só a DCN, não só a World Learning, mas também a todos os participantes, né, que eu vou transmitir para vocês depois, mas foi um processo muito rico, de muito crescimento pessoal e profissional para esses estudantes, e em breve a gente pretende, né, retribuir isso, apresentar para vocês um produto como resultado de todo esse processo de amadurecimento desses estudantes.
Disinformation is a systematic challenge. We need connected solutions to do it. This is why it's so great to receive you guys in Brazil. Global majority, global south, we do have some problems that are very specific to the region, but because disinformation is a systematic challenge, lots of things that work here work over there, work in a south by south collaboration or Europe, Brazil collaboration. So having the opportunity to have the connections, to share problems and to share solutions, it's a really firm step for us to create more scalable solutions to fight disinformation.
Social media have completely changed the public debate sphere, and now we have this new informational ecosystem, and influencers, they are very important communicators. They have a very powerful tool to reach a lot of people, and they have more reach than journalism in some cases, that even journalism itself has today. So we do believe there's strategic actors that need to be engaged in the fight against misinformation and hate speech also online.
Fact-checking is the best of journalism. It is a service that helps people get the facts so they can be full participants in democracy. And we can also, in second hand, keep the powerful people accountable, right? So that's the first one. That's the first reason why the region really desperately needs fact-checking. We need to have people who understands perfectly what's going on. They have the real data, so they can have informed decisions, and then they can pressure the power to actually do what is actually needed in the region. Secondly, I think we're kind of getting used to fact-checking, right? Fact-checking has been in Latin America for at least 10 years now, and we're used to it. So every moment there is like at least a political or health issue that is striking everyone, we're all going to social media and searching for the facts, because fact checkers are very common in Latin America. Then the third thing is we have to emphasize that fact checking is not something that will kill this information for good. It's not the silver bullet, but it surely helps people, and it's being demonstrated. What we need to do now is take the next steps. We have to do more investigations about who disinforms, how much money it's...
Point where it's like we have found our identity, we're understanding our value, we're understanding who we are, and we no longer just want to consume, we want to contribute. We want to be heard, we want to build. And so I think in terms of in a geopolitical landscape, I think the world is paying attention to Africa, but I just hope that they hear us in a way that's not through an unconscious bias.
When we think about Africa and misinformation today, according to your research, and of course, geopolitical landscape, what's going on in this continent? I mean, there's China coming up with a lot of influence on one side, and there's the US and the Western world trying to have a part of it as well. How can you define this?
Yeah, there's the broad trend right now is that there's a lot of incentive. There's financial incentive for misinformation
for various people using bots and disinformation campaigns. And you see that in African elections usually, where the opposition party or the ruling party will actually pay companies to run bots, to run these kind of campaigns for them. They use their own political party money to do this. And then for foreign countries, the incentive for them is they want to collect UN votes. They want to get more. In Africa, that's 54 countries. That's a lot of UN votes, so power there, regarding sanctions, etc. So they want to do these influence campaigns. So the incentive, and they want to control resources and access to trade. So a lot of incentive from the foreign powers. And like you mentioned, China, and of course, and the new kid on the block there is Russia with their disinformation campaign, which is exponentially moved up in the past, I would say, 5 years. They've been there for a while, just because their economic connection to Africa has increased in the last 2 decades.
What is much needed in South Africa due to our history in 1994 and the hollowing out of state capture is to ensure that quality and accurate information reaches the majority of the public. And that is why it's crucial to look at public participation and access, or actually accessibility. It's very easy to talk about access, but there's a difference between access and accessibility. We have wonderful resources that is available out there, basically free to use. But if you don't have reading, critical thinking skills, it's not accessible.
How media literacy is important in Kenya, mainly in Kenya, to reflect this diversity in a good way, in a very quality way.
Exactly. That's correct. Media information literacy is a very important skill set for all African citizens because, like you just mentioned, there is a lot of diversity in Africa, and one of the key outcomes of media information literacy is building intercultural dialogue so that people get to understand the differences that enrich themselves through diversity. So, because Africa is represented in different ways, with the media information literacy, Africans are able to understand themselves, understand their history in a more deeper manner, and then get to embrace that diversity that makes them strong and unique as Africans.
Cameroon faces experiencing a lot of crises, especially a security crisis in Anglophone region of Cameroon. And during this crisis, there were a lot of disinformation, a lot of hate speech, and we took that it is important for us to sensitize the people, especially the young people, so that they can develop critical thinking about their consuming information and their habit of produce information. So we create Educ Media as an association to make some training of people, especially the journalists, to train parents, to train young people, so they can, as I said, to develop critical thinking and to be very good citizen in the digital and when they consume information from media.
How can we report also the opportunities and the potential to help the continent to grow?
So we have a number of different shows specifically looking at exactly what you're talking about, potential. So we have Marketplace Africa, and we have another show called African Voices, which is looking at innovators and people who are doing things differently. I think also when we think about journalism broadly, the concept of solutions journalism is really important because it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can still tackle difficult problems, but you can also do so from the perspective of people who are making a change.
What's the message for everything that you see in your life through media and technology you like to deliver to the people? Since you were a professor, you're a PhD now, you have another life. Probably you saw so many transformations and change during your life and different realities. I mean,
Do you have a message that you think it's important to deliver in the sense of media and technology?
You know, even though we have technology now, like I grew in the age of television. I'm not going to tell you my age, but I grew up in the age of when television was king. And now for newer generation, it is like social media and new media and so forth. My message is, honestly, regardless of what medium we're using, at the end of the day, people will use the medium to communicate. We're all about communicating. And at this point in time, especially for the younger generation, the world is their oyster. They can, you know, you might be somewhere in this really small island, let's say in Australia, or, you know, next to Australia. And you'd know so much about what's going on, let's say in Nigeria. And you're never going to go, you've never been there before. So my message is that we are really truly a global village. We can really come to a better understanding of each other from this connection, instead of seeing all the disinformation and the misinformation that we're seeing. So as people, regardless of what era you were born or what time you were born in, we are really the same. And I think we should use new media to facilitate this and to make people more aware that we're more the same than we are different.
So Ubuntu, I feel, is an ancient form of machine learning. Now, when you look at machine learning is basically a node building on top of another node, and so growing and expanding, and you get new information, the node grows, splits, creates two new nodes, etc. Right? That's the basis, very, very rudimentary explanation of machine learning. Now, Ubuntu is actually considered something the same. I mentioned how the system of Ubuntu is not just, it's communal, I am because we are, but it's also building upon, right? So the young person, the old person, right, elder, the elder passes on, right, knowledge, information, resources. The young person takes it, doubles it, builds on it, shares that knowledge, right? You share it with the community. That community then shares it with the next. If you look at it, it's a very ancient system of what is now called machine learning. And even if you unpack AI, you unpack the metaverse, it is actually very African in context. You know what I mean? And even just the way Africa as a hub has always been a hub of trade and very interconnected. So, for example, today we're in Zambia, but we have people from Uganda, from Sierra Leone, from Togo, from Chad, and then we can all find intersections. We all find places that we have really, really in common and say, oh, I've got that in my culture too. I've got that in my country too. So it's in that context, you know, the same way a machine can learn multiple languages, right? Machine learning, it'll adopt multiple perspectives and then create one and give you what you look for. It's the same in the African context and how we operate as an Ubuntu system. It's actually a very refined, in my opinion, very refined form of machine learning. We just didn't have a name for it.
So before we go to our next keynote, we have Slido. You can scan the QR code with your phone. Let's see phones up. And let's create a nice word cloud with the name of the city that you're based in, okay? We want your city name. And I will try to pronounce the city name. That was easy. That was easy. Country is also working, but I'm waiting for the city. Okay. We have Mandaluyong. Am I right? Again? Mandaluyong. Okay. We have Penang. We have Pasing. Surabaya. Am I correct? Super. We have Imus. We have Caloocan. Again? Caloocan, okay. So, keep voting, keep writing. Is Loreben back? Oh, great. So, a huge round of applause for Loreben. And
hello. So one thing I've noticed from conferences I've attended is it's always tough to be the speaker before lunch. So I'll try to keep it light so you don't end up hangry. So my topic was information ecosystems and combating misinformation. But I named it Smarter Scrolling Through Fact-Checking because my thought was we all have our different feeds, we have our different experiences on platforms because of the countries we live in and the communities we engage with. So this is based on my experience as a misinformation reporter, and I want to talk about the trends I see on my feeds and on the platforms we monitor. To get you to think a little bit more critically about how you scroll through your social media feeds and how you can talk to your friends and families and communities about the stuff they share also, whether it's misleading or dubious or based on fact. So a little bit about me. I'm Laura Bentacaro. I grew up in the Philippines, so I started as a journalist in the Philippines. I worked in Rappler for 3 years. So if you're familiar with Rappler, it's a Philippine digital media outlet. And then I moved to the US last year to start working for PolitiFact, which is also a fact-checking organization. And you can find me on these social media, and I'll show these again later. And then a little bit about PolitiFact. We were established in 2008. And then a year later, we won a Pulitzer for our fact-checking work. And then we became a Meta partner in 2016. And I'll talk about the Meta program a little bit later and its work with fact-checkers. And then we were acquired by the Poynter Institute in 2018. The Poynter Institute is an institute for media studies and media literacy. I'll also talk about that later. So this talk will not be about AI, even though AI is a big trend when we talk about misinformation and when we debunk misinformation. So I'm going to start with an exercise about AI. So did anyone follow coverage of the Met Gala this year? And if so, did you see these photos? These are Rihanna, Lady Gaga, Beyonce, and Katy Perry. So you probably know where I'm going with this, but all of these are likely AI generated. And we know this because, one, none of these celebrities were actually at the 2024 Met Gala. And if we look closely at the photos, you'll see signs or features that it was AI generated. So for this photo of Beyonce, for example, if you saw what the Met Gala looked like this year, that's the wrong color of the flowers, and that's the wrong color of the carpet. And if you look closely at the cameraman in the background, they have distorted features, and they don't actually look like human beings. But let's look at this audio exercise. I'm going to let you listen to two audio recordings and try to guess or assess whether they were AI generated or not. These are meant to sound like Joe Biden.
Past President of the United States, Trump, has a fundamentally different view of the world and the United States than I do. He thinks we're a losing nation. He thinks we're declining.
Okay, and for the second one?
Past President of the United States, Trump, has a fundamentally different...
Okay.
Voting this Tuesday only enables the Republicans in their quest to elect Donald Trump again. Your vote makes a difference in November, not this Tuesday.
Okay. Anyone want to guess?
Voting this Tuesday...
Sorry? Yeah. Oh, good guess. So it was the second one that was like the AI generated. Let's play it again, please.
Voting this Tuesday only enables the Republicans in their quest to elect Donald Trump again. Your vote makes a difference in November, not this Tuesday.
So this actually circulated as a robocall and not on social media. And it circulated as a robocall right before the New Hampshire primary. So it targeted voters for that primary. And if you're taking a call and it sounds like Joe Biden, you won't really immediately necessarily clock it as AI generated, right? And I think that's one of the things that makes it different from AI generated images. Like for those pictures that I showed you of the Met Gala, you can kind of zoom in and see like signs that it was AI generated, but it's really much harder for audio, and especially for calls that are more liminal, and you can't really go back to it if you're just listening to it on a call. So yeah,
Voting this Tuesday only enables the Republicans in...
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about how people use the internet. 97% of working age internet users access social networks or messaging platforms monthly. So social media is still the primary mode of what people use the internet for. And what follows is chat and messaging apps, and then followed by search engines. But let's look at why people use the internet. So the primary motivation, according to the Digital Report 2024 by Data Reportal, is finding information. So majority of the survey respondents say they use the internet to find information, followed by staying in touch with friends and family, and then streaming, and then keeping up to date with news and events. So looking at that, since social media is the primary platform that people are on, but finding information is what they use the internet for, you kind of want to see like what is on social media, what kind of information is on social media. So what's out there from a fact checker's view and from a fact checker's perspective? I'm going to circle it back to AI. So I'm going to show you examples as I go on of the themes and trends that I witness as a misinformation reporter. So last year, it was also around Pride Month. Target, the store, came out with a collection of merch that included dog-friendly bathing suits. So it basically had more space for tucking. And a lot of conservatives criticized Target for this, and Target became the target of misinformation. So this is one of the claims that circulated after that backlash. And it shows photos of Target, supposedly clothes from Target that feature satanic imagery for children. And this circulated like in several Facebook posts that we saw, and people were essentially calling to boycott Target. But we found that this was AI generated, and fact checkers also reported that it was AI generated. I actually reached out to the person who made this, or who made these photos using AI, and he said he just wanted to like see what AI would do if he prompted it to to create photos of what Target merch would look like for satanic imagery themed children's clothes. But yeah, this circulated without that AI context. And then next, you probably don't know this man, but he's Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis, and he was running for president. But this video circulated before he dropped out of the race. So let's watch it.
Hi, I'm Ron DeSantis, governor of the great state of Florida. After the last week's events, including my poor performance at the debate, as well as President Trump rejoining X, I've realized I need to drop out of this race immediately. I was told I could be president by some very powerful people, and I took some very bad advice. I did some very bad things that I'm not proud of at all. I never should have entered this race, which really isn't a race at all, except to the bottom.
Okay. So this was originally circulated by that account C3P meme. So if you look closely, you'll know that it was generated by a meme account. And if you look at the video itself, you'll see marks of AI generation, like the lips are weird. And yeah, it's, like I said earlier, like visual AI generated media can be easier to analyze as fake. So this whole theme of deep... Okay, so that sounded like former President Donald Trump, but again, it's an audio deepfake. In this clip, he's warning that there will be a threat to Americans and that 300 million of them will die. And we saw this across several sponsored ads on Facebook. And again, like since it's an audio, you can't see Trump saying the words. And at first listen, you might think that it's actually him saying those words, but it's not. And these ads were actually meant to promote a documentary, but we didn't find any evidence that Trump said those words or promoted the documentary. I want to focus a little bit about audio misinformation, because it's one of the hardest types of misinformation to debunk right now. So remember that the first audio deepfake I showed you of Joe Biden discouraging voters from voting in their primary, that was actually created by a street magician for $1 in under 20 minutes. So that's how easy it is to make an audio deepfake and have it circulate through robocalls or on social media. It's much, much harder to analyze them or to clock them as fake, because there aren't really reliable tools right now to identify something as fake. And that goes for images and video and audio. But for audio especially, we tested 4 tools that claim to identify audio deepfakes, and only one of them said that the audio clip was likely to be AI generated. And I want to talk about the tool that was used to create that audio clip. It's a startup called 11 Labs, and it's a really good tool for voice cloning. And 11 Labs actually released a tool to help users identify whether an audio clip was an audio clip was generated by 11 Labs. So news reports said that Joe Biden clip was created using 11 Labs, and we ran it through the speech classifier that 11 Labs released. And 11 Labs' own tool didn't identify that clip as AI generated. So it failed its own test, essentially. And we talked to an expert, and he said there might be several factors for that. One is the audio compression. So since it was a recording of a robocall, some features that may have showed that it was AI may have been destroyed during the recording. So that's why the tools can't pick up that it's AI generated. So yeah. If you want to read more, you can scan this QR code and read my story about how we tested the tools and what results they got. Okay. And then one last note about AI. It also gave rise to what we call the liar's dividend. So since people are more aware or becoming more aware of the threat of AI now, politicians are increasingly using that excuse to kind of deny that they did or say or said stuff that they actually said or did. So in this instance, hello. Yes. So the Lincoln Project is an advocacy group of Republicans who oppose Trump, and they released an ad called Feeble, and it's essentially a compilation of gaffes by Donald Trump. So it's clips where he misspoke or kind of looked goofy. And Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that it used AI for those clips. And it was a compilation of around 30 clips. So what I did, or what we did, was to check each of those clips and see whether they were AI generated. And we found that nearly all of those, I think there was only one of them that we couldn't trace back to the original source, but nearly all of them we were able to trace back to its original source, meaning he actually said those things or did those things, and he just used the excuse of AI to claim that he didn't. And you can also read more about that if you scan this QR code. Okay. I want to talk about misrepresented media because despite all this talk about AI, what I see in my work is that misrepresented media is still like the dominant type of misinformation that we see across platforms. What I mean by this is media that's taken out of context. So for example, it's an authentic photo or an authentic video, but it's circulated with the wrong context, or it's recirculated years after the event and claimed to show a different event entirely. They're also known as cheap fakes because sometimes it's a real photo, but it was edited using Photoshop. So this is different from deep fakes, which require a certain aspect of AI. So for example, this post circulated after the Iran president died in a helicopter crash. So on that day, these photos circulated and people claimed that these showed the bodies of those who were killed along with the Iran president. But we found that 2 of them were actually from 2020, from a different crash entirely. So they were misrepresented. And then the next one is satire recirculated without context. So as a principle, we don't really fact-check satire because people have license to do satire, and as long as it's labeled clearly, people should be aware that it's satire. But for extraordinary circumstances, we do take the initiative to fact-check them. So you probably heard that Donald Trump became the first US president to be convicted of a felony. And on that day, a lot of people were tuned into the news, and we saw this tweet that circulated minutes after the verdict was released. So it said that Trump is no longer eligible to run for president and he must drop out of the race immediately. The Constitution prohibits anyone with a criminal conviction from running. So that raised alarms because there's nothing in the Constitution that actually bars Trump from running for president, and it's been done before. But this ex post gained around 500,000 views, I think, in the space of an hour. So it became viral, and people didn't know that it was posted by a comedian and it was meant to be satire. So we wrote a fact check about it and said that it originated as satire. And then we have conspiracy theories. So a few days ago, the actor Robert De Niro showed up in a presser outside the courthouse where Trump was having his trial, and it was basically there to support the Biden campaign or to advocate for Biden. And then that made him a target of misinformation in the days after. And we saw posts linking him to an old case involving a child trafficking ring, or supposedly a child trafficking ring. And we found that he was questioned in 1998 in relation to an international prostitution ring, but he was not charged, he was not arrested, he was mostly questioned as a witness. So we rated that mostly false. But we see theories like this regarding individuals that are being criticized by right-wing pundits, for example, and they're being linked to child trafficking rings and pedophilia, and in nearly all those cases, there's no evidence for it. We also have scams. So I see a lot of these on Facebook primarily, and it's a very attractive prospect, right? Like the US is sending you $6,400. Who wouldn't want that? But more often than not, it's a scam. And when you click the post, or when you click through the post, it's actually a website that's not affiliated with the government, and there's actually no programs that will just give people free money, surprisingly enough. And then we have claims about laws. So these go a little bit into legalese and like the text of laws themselves. But I want to talk about these two examples, which have to do with bills that update the definition for sexual orientation. And people claim that bills like these legalize pedophilia, for example, or make pedophiles a protected class under anti-discrimination bills. But actually what they only do is update outdated definitions of sexual orientation. So for example, old laws in Connecticut and Minnesota kind of connect sexual orientation to illegal activities that are concerned with age-based attraction, for example. So these bills merely want to take out that clause that's kind of outdated and modernize the definition for sexual orientation. Yeah. So knowing all of these, how do social media platforms tackle misinformation? That's where the Meta third-party fact-checking program and TikTok's third-party fact-checking program come in. So PolitiFact is actually a partner of both of these platforms. And what we do is, for Meta, we have access to a dashboard that surfaces dubious claims that might contain posts that might contain misleading information. So this goes across Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. And we've been a partner of Meta since 2016. And for TikTok, I think they're more proactive in removing content once fact checkers deem them to have misleading information. So as partners of these programs, how do we tackle, or how do we debunk posts that we see on social media? So we call it the principles of the truthometer. So as I said, the Facebook tool surfaces a lot of claims for us to check. Like we start every day by looking at dozens of posts on social media and deem what might be the most relevant to readers and what might be worthy of a fact check. And we also look at posts on X, which unfortunately doesn't have such a program. Readers also send us suggestions to see what kind of questions they have or what posts they see as potentially misleading. So they email us or tag us on our social media. And for politicians and pundits, we also look at transcripts, speeches, news stories, press releases, campaign events, and ads to see what they're saying, what kind of narratives are they talking about for the day. And then once we gather information, we kind of rule it down or narrow it down to a ruling statement. So before we launch on a fact check, we need to be sure about the claim we're actually fact checking. So the first question we ask is it rooted in a verifiable fact? So let's look at this example from Instagram. It's also about the helicopter crash that killed Iran's president. So it said that Israel War Room posted this ambiguous emoji, it's a helicopter emoji, minutes before the news of the Iranian president's helicopter crash landing broke across a majority of news networks around the globe. So it's kind of implying that it outscooped the major news outlets in knowing about the crash. So we checked the timeline. In this case, the verifiable fact is the minutes before part. Like, was it actually the first account that posted the news? And we found that it wasn't. The Associated Press, for example, posted about the crash minutes before this tweet, and so did at least 2 other news networks, or news outlets. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay. For this second example, this is Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and it claimed that she was elected to Congress almost 6 years ago with a salary of $155,000 a year, and now her net worth is $29 million. So the verifiable fact here is her net worth actually $29 million? So we checked her 2022 financial disclosure report, which was her latest financial disclosure report, and we found that her net worth was actually, or her assets were actually around up to $60,000. So it's way off. It's not $29 million at all. And that's why we rated it pants on fire. And then I want to talk a little bit about what we don't fact check. So we don't fact check opinions and predictions. And sometimes we see a claim and we might think it's fact checkable, but it's actually an opinion or a prediction. So for the first example, it says, imagine a government operated so poorly they had to import an entire nation of new voters because they lost a citizen's vote. The first part is definitely an opinion. So that's why we decided not to pursue it, because we can't really fact check a government being operated so poorly. And then for the second one, it says Trump will reportedly miss his son's graduation for fundraiser. And we can't really fact check the future, so that's why we skipped this fact check. We don't know whether he would have missed his son's graduation. And another question we ask is, does it sound misleading or wrong? So I want you to read this claim. The sun prevents skin cancer. At first glance, it actually reads a bit ridiculous, right? So it does pass this test of whether it sounds misleading or wrong, because it's widely accepted that exposure to ultraviolet radiation is a risk factor for skin cancer. And yeah. Next is it significant? So we avoid fact-checking minor gotchas or things that could be deemed as slips of the tongue. So for this claim from Representative Mike Johnson, he said that the millions of immigrants that have been paroled can simply go to their local welfare office or the DMV and register to vote. So we fact-checked this statement because immigration is a big talking point among politicians, and non-citizen voting is a narrative that right-wing politicians are pushing. The fact is that only US citizens are allowed to vote. And next, does it have the capacity to go viral? So I saw this list named the Epstein list, showing 166 people, including celebrities, politicians, academics. It included names like Obama, Biden, Beyonce, for example, and the list connected them to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. So it was a hard fact check because I had to go through a list of 166 names, but it was a post that has been circulating since 2020, and it circulated across platforms like Facebook and TikTok. So it had to be done essentially because these names were being connected to a convicted sex offender, and a lot of them didn't have any established links to Epstein. Like there was no evidence in documents and previously published databases of people who flew on his jet, for example, or visited his island. So yeah. Basically, the question you want to ask yourself when you look at a claim or when you look at a post is if it makes you go, is that true? Like if it piques your curiosity like that, it's usually a good sign that there might be something more to it or it might be worth fact checking. So what do we do when we establish a ruling statement or a claim to fact check? PolitiFact relies on the record sourcing. So we do on the record interviews. The question raised earlier was interesting because we don't claim to be experts in everything we fact check, like healthcare or immigration, for example. What we do is we interview experts who can speak to the topic and kind of inform our reporting based on their knowledge and expertise. So we do these interviews and we consult a range of experts who can give us diverse opinions and insights on the topic. And we name our sources so they're accountable for the words they say also. And we list our sources for every fact check at the bottom of each fact check so readers can see the evidence that we look through and kind of assess for themselves whether or not they agree with our rating. And we reach out to the person who made the statement to give them a chance to offer their evidence for the claim. So we can be fair to the person who made the statement also. And then we use original documentation and access reports and academic studies ourselves so we can assess the evidence ourselves. And once we reach out to the people who made the statement, we verify the evidence that they offer. So these are the 7 steps to follow when you're fact-checking something. First is to reach out to the speaker and ask for evidence. Like I mentioned, this also might offer you more evidence that you haven't looked into. Like a lot of the time, people aren't just throwing out numbers or throwing out facts that they just brought out of nowhere. Usually they do have a source for it. So once you reach out, they might offer that source and provide evidence, and we can assess from there whether or not it supports their claim. Second, we do a sweep for related fact checks. So in the news industry, it's important to be original, but a lot of the times, a claim might have been debunked by another fact-checking organization, like maybe years ago. So archives like those and news reports like those can be helpful. And we do credit news organizations who found that information first. Third, do not just one, but multiple Google searches. So when we're researching a certain claim, we don't do just one Google search. We look for variations of keywords, and we use operators to kind of narrow down searches. That'll help surface more evidence to support or debunk the claim. And then we look at the deep web. What that means is we look at Wayback Machine, for example, to see archives of pages that might have been deleted. And we also use tools like Lexis, which is kind of a database of news reports from all over the world. And then fifth is interview experts. So like I mentioned earlier, we don't only consult experts from one side, for example. We want to kind of diversify our sources and make sure we're getting insights from multiple angles about a certain topic. And then next, we also review books. So a lot of our research nowadays, understandably, can be done online. But books can really offer a lot of information that's not just available on a Google search. So for example, Amazon books also like offer snippets that you can look through when you do a keyword search. And books can also give you ideas on who to contact or who is the expert on a certain topic. So don't discount books when you do your research. And then lastly, once all the reporting is kind of done, you want to circle back and consider what else haven't I covered. Is there any other angle I can research this from? Is there any evidence I haven't consulted yet? There should be a true there. But this is our truthometer. It's from a range of true to pants on fire, and it mostly considers the severity of the claim, the severity of the context that's missing. So true is for claims that have no context missing or is based on facts. And then pants on fire are claims that are not just false, but are wildly ridiculous. And we don't just come up with those ratings based on what we feel like. We go through an entire process, which, oh, there it is, which involves the reporter and multiple editors like coming together to decide on a rating. Some claims are very straightforward, like AI-generated photos, for example. You can kind of tell that they're false or pants on fire for the most part. But for really complicated claims, we go through a chamber process to consider multiple angles on the fact check. So once we research and write the fact check, we suggest a rating, and that rating can change as the chamber process moves along. So the reporter and the assigning editor go through the first round of edits, and then the copy is looked through by one or two more editors. And then we huddle together to consider the facts and to kind of establish a rating, and then the report gets published. The chamber questions that follow kind of let us cover like everything everything the research has been done so far. So first, is the statement literally true? Second, is there another way to read the claim? Is it open to interpretation? Third, did the speaker provide evidence, and did it prove the claim to be true? And lastly, how have we handled similar statements in the past, and what is PolitiFact's jurisprudence? So ever since 2008, like I mentioned, PolitiFact has been rating claims, and a lot of the time, claims like those resurface over the years, and politicians, for example, also kind of keep making the same claims. So our truther meter kind of serves as our jurisprudence. Our archives are very important to our work because we can kind of see how a claim has come up in the past and how we have handled it and what kind of information we found on it. So we rely a lot on our stories. Of course, when new information comes up, we don't discount it, and we, if we find that the new information could change a rating, we can write a new fact check entirely. So how do we stay accountable? Or in other words, who fact checks the fact checkers? So we're always open for feedback, and for the sources we consult on our topics, we always send them back the published reports that we have that use their quotes, so they can read through it and assess whether we did a faithful accounting of their words. And people can also alert us if they think we've made an error. We accept emails through our truthometer email. And once we review those and identify a mistake, we rectify the error and basically put a tag that means it's been corrected or updated. So for other sites, a few days ago, where a Singapore Airlines flight experienced severe turbulence and a person died as a result. And then we saw a misleading claim like almost immediately after. Play, please. Okay, so based on the caption and the video, I want to ask you guys what you think is checkable, or how would you go about fact-checking this claim? One more time. The uniform? Mm-hmm. Yes. If the audio occurred somewhere else? Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Pause the video and then do image verification.
One more time?
Pause the video and then search for a thumbnail for the identical image.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Those were great answers. So personally, I asked, is the video authentic or was it a deepfake? Second, does the video match the caption? Is this another case of a misrepresented video or a cheap fake, as we call it? And third, was this reported by authoritative sources or other media outlets, for example? So we found that, like you said, reverse image search actually helps us track the original video. And we found that it was actually a different flight entirely, and it occurred 5 years ago. So this video was actually uploaded in 2019, and it was a flight from Kosovo to Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken. So it wasn't the Singapore Airlines flight that killed one person. It was just recirculated using a video that was uploaded in 2019. And then we checked several news reports to see that they did not, in fact, report this video as a Singapore Airlines flight, and it was actually the 2019 flight. And it all checked out. So this is a case of a misrepresented video. And then for my last example, it's also about the Trump conviction recently. So what's checkable about this one? The tie. Mm-hmm. One more time. Is it AI generated? Mm-hmm. Anyone? The fingers? Mm-hmm. That's a great point that I didn't talk about. So for AI-generated photos, you can tell by the hands or fingers sometimes that it's AI-generated because they look distorted. AI is getting better at like...
Is already better.
Yeah.
It's already better with
It
the
is already
fingers.
much better.
Yeah.
So that's why I hesitated to bring it up. Yes? If it's the current uniform that the police use. Mm-hmm.
And also the hat.
The hat?
Is
the hair?
The hat.
Oh, the hat.
The signal in the hat is 100% off.
Mm-hmm. I saw a hand in the back. No. Double badge on the officer. Yep. Okay. Great insights. So it is AI generated, and there are more clues that hinted to that being AI generated. So it shows police whisking him away after the verdict, but that didn't actually happen because his sentencing is actually scheduled for July 11. So he was released after the verdict. And no news outlets published such a photo. And the tie was actually spot on. Like, it doesn't match the tie he was wearing that day. Great. So you can read about our principles if you view this QR code. I can also share it later. I want to talk a little bit about Pointer because PolitiFact is only one arm of the Pointer Institute. We also have MediaWise, which provides media literacy education. It offers courses, videos, workshops for people of various backgrounds. And it also heads the Teen Fact-Checking Network. So the Teen Fact-Checking Network is a group of teens that fact-check and kind of produce fact-checking content for other teens. So MediaWise is a great resource if you want to learn more about media literacy. Hello. Yeah, if you want to learn more about media literacy or access more media literacy resources for your organization also. Hello. And then we also have the International Fact-Checking Network, which is what it stands for. So it already has 176 signatories operating in 80 plus countries. So these are fact-checking organizations that have subscribed to a code of principles that involve like accountability, independence. And in the region, we have, I'm pretty sure I missed some other countries, but for Indonesia, for example, we have 5 signatories, and for the Philippines, we have 6 signatories. And these signatories are very helpful when you want to look for fact checks in your region because they serve the audiences of their country. And for PolitiFact, we also take importance or put importance in establishing trustworthiness in our brand because our fact checks wouldn't be like helpful to a lot of people if a lot of people didn't trust us. And trust, as we know, is already declining in media. So what we do is we make our process more accessible and we kind of repackage them in videos like these that highlight certain parts of our process. So we're entirely transparent about the work we do. So we publish videos like these, like who fact checks PolitiFact and why PolitiFact fact checks ridiculous misinformation. And the fact checking we do of both sides, like Republicans and Democrats. So if you want to look at our social media, we do publish video versions of our fact checks to reach more audiences. And like I said, to be more transparent with about our work. And that's what gives me like more hope is the idea of reaching more people with their fact checks and letting them know that we don't really just throw these ratings or like just come up with these ratings. We actually have a process that we follow to give them the best information. And that's all for me. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I find it very impactful, your work and also the presentation. As part of my role at Doctors Without Borders, I actually work a lot with kind of the technological platforms like Meta, TikTok, and X. And like you said, very often they actually ask us first if a fact checker has verified a source when we have a critical claim. So my question would be for Doctors Without Borders, but also other humanitarian or NGOs, how does Pointer and PolitiFact work with actually credible NGOs or NGOs as a priority kind of flagger of misinformation that we see that we would love to have fact-checked for platforms to take action? Or how do you prioritize all of the things that come in? Because there's so many things that come in online all the time that you need to check.
That's a great question, and thank you so much for bringing that up. So Pointer itself does have a lot of partnerships. If I speak for PolitiFact, we do tend to serve the US audience. That's our priority. But for Pointer, we do have a lot of partnerships with groups of different backgrounds. Like recently we have a partnership with Armenian journalists to kind of equip them with more media literacy and fact-checking skills. So I think if you reach out to Pointer, we can discuss. Yeah, that's basically it. We do have partnerships that involve NGOs. Pointer itself is a nonprofit.
I have a question. This is more a personal one. How do I stop my dad and my uncle sharing all this obviously no fact check video every morning to the family groups? Thank you.
Awesome question.
Lock them in a room. Lock them.
I think we actually have an article that kind of addresses this. It's called how do you talk to relatives about politics in the Thanksgiving dinner or something like that. My advice is don't come at it from a place of hate or anger. People have biases, like everyone has biases, journalists included. So if you meet with them and talk to them and kind of understand where they're coming from or the values that they associate with the claim that they're making, usually it's easier to, or like, you can come from it from a place of compassion and kind of meet them where they're at and explain to them gently or kindly why it's wrong or why do you know that it's wrong? And if they still refuse to like listen to you, then sometimes you have to pick your battles because otherwise you'll go insane.
Sorry, can I just answer that? Because before I ask you a question, so my mom is, I voted for Leni Robredo and my mom has been sharing awful things about her during the last Philippine elections and a lot of Duterte, a lot of things. You know what I did? I blocked her. So maybe that's something that you should consider. But anything, I've got a question for you. If you've had a chance that, or a scenario where PolitiFact retracted a statement after it released certain supposed fact check based on new evidence?
So I think there have been cases where we've archived fact checks if we found that there's new evidence and our rating is changed so drastically that it merits another fact check, essentially. So in those cases, in the old URL of the fact check, we kind of have an editor's note explaining why we did that or why we had to archive this fact check. Yeah. Yeah, so we do have a process in case that happens. And we're transparent about archiving fact checks. Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, my name is Mariam. I'm from Malaysia. So based on your presentation, I would like to know how effective has fact-checking been to influence the public in terms of moving away from conspiracy and actually moving towards substance and policy. Yeah, thanks.
That's a really tough one. I don't have empirical evidence for that, and it's really hard to gauge the impact that our fact-checking has. But a recent exercise that we did involves the trustworthiness that I mentioned at the tail end of my presentation. We basically measured, or we basically tried to resurface our process page. So we did this exercise where we kind of put a line in the top of our fact checks that links back to our process page. And we basically measured if there's an increase in trust. I can't recall the exact KPI we used, but we did find that highlighting that process increased trust, even just a little bit. I can send you the link to that exercise. I just can't recall the exact KPIs right now. But yeah, another way that we kind of approach that question of impact is like I said, sometimes we have to pick our battles, and sometimes we know that people who are so steeped in their beliefs won't really respond well to our fact checks. So we try to reach the people in the middle. So people who aren't really subscribed to either side yet or are more moderate in their beliefs. And those people might not necessarily comment on our posts, for example, but they might take in the information and silently like assess for themselves whether or not they agree.
We have 3 more, and then we go to Lance.
Okay.
Thank you. Interesting presentations. I'm a politician, so I know the importance of your work. Last year we had an election in Timor-Leste, and this year in Indonesia. And misinformation is really, really serious phenomenon during this political campaign. So my question would be, what would be the process to partner with your organizations? Because, for instance, in Timor-Leste, we don't have such an independent institute that people can go to fact check all the news that are spreading throughout the media and also during the campaign. So is there a way to make use of your experience and your expertise apart from the training? Thank you.
Do you mean with politicians? If there's a way for us to partner with politicians? Okay, so that's interesting. We actually have a principle that we're an independent fact-checking organization, and we're nonpartisan, like first and foremost. So I don't know if we're going to be able to partner with a certain campaign or politicians, for example. Yeah, I think that's the only answer I can give you. Thanks. If there are, like nonpartisan groups or advocacy groups or that are interested in fact checking, they could probably reach out to Pointer and see what kind of resources we can allow. PolitiFact does have partnerships with state media, for example, or not state media, but media outlets from other states. We're based in St. Petersburg, Florida, and DC, but we have partners that focus on certain states, and they kind of redistribute our content. And they also provide fact-checking on more local claims. So that's the kind of partnerships that we participate in. But for Pointer, we do have like a broader range of partnerships that we can allow,
Hi, I would just like to ask, the role of fact checkers these days have becoming more crucial and very critical, no? Especially in political scenarios. So is there a way, or is there some policy recommendations you can come up with to help with the supply side? Because as it is now, with the democratized platforms and information that we have, your role will be, tiring in the long run. So I would like to know if there are some policies that you can recommend so that we can, all of us can help address the issue.
Wow. Sorry. Big questions.
You have also the lunch break to reply to everyone. You will not eat, but you will reply.
Mm-hmm. So the two things that came to mind are recommendations on the tech side. So like programs for the Meta and TikTok programs, for example, they're something, but they're not like the best solutions we can come up with in terms of combating misinformation on social media. So if tech industries can kind of develop their misinformation policies more to kind of stem the tide of misinformation, that would really be great for, democracies. And then the second thing I thought of was In the Philippines, we had incubator programs that can kind of help organizations be fact-checking organizations or signatories of the IFCN, for example. Like when I left the Philippines, I think there were only 2 fact-checking organizations that were IFCN signatories, and now there are 6, which makes me really pleased or glad. So there are programs like that that can help countries develop more fact-checking organizations. Yeah. Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My question is actually quite related to the previous one. You mentioned several programs that different platforms have on tackling disinformation. And I was wondering if you were able to sort of locate the different measures that the different platforms have. For example, Meta and TikTok with their third-party program, X with community node, which might or might not be effective. If you were able to locate them within a spectrum and judge whether they're bad and good, which ones are the best that you might recommend for other platforms to replicate or modify to make it better, and which ones you would not recommend?
Okay. So I can only really answer that in terms of like a concrete level. Like I think the Meta program is the most developed or concrete program that is a partnership with fact-checking organizations. TikTok's is very new, and for X and YouTube, I don't think there's any partnerships in place with fact-checkers. There are community notes and people who are involved in community notes, but I don't think that's specifically geared towards fact-checkers. So I can only really answer that in that spectrum. Like, I don't think YouTube has a fact-checking policy or a misinformation policy, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So I think Meta is the most developed one. I don't know if I'd advise other platforms to replicate it, but that's my view, yeah. Anyone else? Or are we done?
I think that we are 15 minutes late to lunch.
I'm so sorry.
No problem, no problem. A huge round of applause. And we are going to lunch for 1 hour. The restaurant is the one that you had breakfast. And we will be back here at 1:30, okay? Be punctual, okay? 1:30. Thank you very much. I'm Nikos Panagiotou, President of DCN Global. 2024 is a pivotal year. Half of the population of Earth is voting. They are deciding the day after tomorrow regarding their countries, the region, and the world. DCN Global is at the forefront, producing a series of webinars, a dedicated Telegram channel, a Substack newsletter, in order to present, explain, and analyzing what is happening all across the globe. But most importantly, we are opening up our channels for you to contribute. Follow us, but also contribute by sending us your thoughts and what the rest of the world should know that is happening in your country, in your region. Because 2024, we need actually to make it stand out.
Hello everyone, my name is Diana Filimon and I'm part of the DCN Global team. I'm very happy to be a host on our second episode of discussions about the elections around the world. So if the previous episode in February was focused around the influence of AI on elections, in this one we will talk about the trust in media. Is the decreasing or increasing level of trust in media affecting people who can vote this year or not? And what will grow in this empty place that's left by media, the traditional media, let's say. We will start by going to Sorana, my colleague from Gen Z, our youth media project launched less than 2 months ago on Instagram. And she will tell us what elections we had until now recently and what should we look up for.
Every month, many big or small nations are organizing elections in this historical year for democracy. More people than ever are expected to choose their leaders in 2024. Hi, I'm Sorana Horshia. I'm the editor of Gen Z, a Gen Z media in Eastern Europe. Also, every month you can find me discussing the latest technology trends in elections in our special newsletter. This past month, we've seen elections in democratic countries as well as in the most authoritarian ones. But let's start with the good news. In March, elections went smoothly in Senegal, and the opposition candidate won. It was a tense time, however. The election got delayed, causing big protests. The government even cut off communication during the demonstrations. But democracy won in the end. South Korea just held general elections on April 10. The opposition won most seats in what was considered a sort of referendum on the president Yoon Suk-yeol. South Korea took fake news and disinformation really seriously. It even developed a tool used by police to spot manipulated and AI-generated videos and images. Moving further to Portugal, where all eyes were on the far-right party Chega. The party used TikTok and Instagram to its advantage and managed to reach a lot of young voters. The elections, however, did not result in a clear majority. Slovakia strengthened its nationalist stance. The left-wing nationalist candidate Peter Pellegrini won in the second round of presidential elections on April 6. Even though the president doesn't have much power, he's making Robert Fico's government stronger. He's against the EU and currently trying to control public media. Moving forward to more authoritarian countries, Russia and Iran's elections went pretty much how everyone expected. Vladimir Putin will soon be the longest-serving leader of the country since 1721. But there were doubts about how fair the elections were. They lasted 3 days and even had electronic voting, which did not guarantee the safety of voters' personal information and was impossible to track by external observers. In Iran, hardly any reformist voices got into parliament. Only about 40% of people voted, the lowest since the 1979 revolution. By the end of this month, we will see the beginning of the biggest elections in the world, the Indian general elections. People will also vote in smaller nations like North Macedonia, the Maldives, or Togo. And if there is one thing they all have in common, it is digitalization and dealing with the good and bad that comes with it. If you are here, you are probably well aware of that. So don't forget to also subscribe to our monthly newsletter discussing technology and disinformation and past and future elections. Also sign up to our Telegram channel where we'll regularly send you insightful readings about these topics.
Hi, Sarah. We want to start this discussion with you about the elections because we are covering this crazy year in democracy around the world. And in Europe, in these last weeks, we had some very interesting events regarding the freedom of expression of people who went out to vote. And Sarah here is our correspondent for Gen Z for the project that covers Eastern and Central Europe. And we invited her today to talk to us about how did the Slovakia elections go. We've seen a lot of alarming articles about that, but we want you to tell us especially how did you feel it in the online space? How was the process of presenting the candidates, presenting in the media, or how you felt it as a young person? And also, how did the young people react to these elections? Did they went out to vote? If you know some numbers about this, and yeah, just how was it this process for young people in Slovakia?
So first, thank you for having me. Second, to answer your question, I think a lot of young people went to cast their votes this presidential election, and that's because we've seen a big difference between the presented candidates in the second round of the elections. So we had a pro-Western retired diplomat, Korchok, and then on the other side, he was before, until his victory, the Speaker of the Parliament, Peter Pellegrini. So basically a part of the coalition. And since the parliamentary elections last year, already the society in Slovakia is pretty divided between the coalition and opposition. It wasn't different this presidential elections. I have no certain numbers, but I know a lot of people, well, being a student, we also talk about this. We also discuss it at school. And I know that most of the young people were seeking the change they want to see in Ivan Korchok, who would pose a sort of an opposition towards the current coalition.
Do you feel like the voice of the young people has been made present in these elections? How do you think they would go out of this disappointed or more excited about making their voices heard?
Well, I believe that people are disappointed, especially young people are disappointed. Because that's the difference between the young and older generations. The young preferred Ivan Korchok, and the older ones preferred Pellegrini, which spiked many arguments even in between family members. But I think that Ivan Korchok got more into the minds of young people. And maybe because of this, people will seek the change even in other people rather than the primary representatives like the president or the government. And I know that also many people stated that they want to move from the country, which if they have the resources to, they will. But I believe that many young people aged from 18 to 20 usually don't have the option to just move. So I am honestly also very, I would say even excited to see how this will play out later on and how the government will cooperate with the president, or rather the president cooperates with the government.
And one last question. We talk a lot about this year about the influence of social media, AI, and all these new technologies in the elections around the world. So how much do you feel that the social media was used in this campaign in Slovakia? Do you have there been any, I don't know, interesting campaigns on TikTok or on Instagram, or were they more traditional, let's say, in their communication?
I believe that both of the candidates use social media. I would say that Korchok used them much more, creating very funny videos, even of his own mistakes, or, just generally when he was speaking and made a mistake. So I believe he used this very well to become more close to the younger generation. The other candidate, Pellegrini, also used social media, not as much, I would say, but it was pretty effective, and I know that young people do follow usually both of the candidates for a longer period of time. And there has been, for example, one thing that happened that Pellegrini mentioned on his social media, that apparently his campaign and his voters had been affected by a deepfake video where he's talking about some bank and investment. And many people believe this to be true, but his voters anyway, just supported him and were writing many nice comments under the video, even though it was a deep fake, and he said it himself that it was a deep fake. And also there was one candidate from the first round that was threatening Pellegrini to release multiple videos that could ruin his candidacy. But these videos were never released, I believe, and many believe that they never even existed.
Very interesting. Thank you so much, Sarah, and we'll continue our discussions. So we are here today with our four No, again, let me start again. In my mind, I was fixed that we have 4 speakers, so I'll probably say 4 several times. So we are here today with 3 guests, very important, and we just try to put us on the map, and we cover pretty much an important part of the globe right now. And I will start with our long-time friend Aaron Schrockman, Vice President Sales and Strategic Partnerships at the Poynter Institute, Executive Director and at PolitiFact, based in Florida right now in the United States. And then we move on into Barcelona with Priti Nalu, Executive Director at the Report for the World, and to Antonio Goix, author, columnist, and co-founder at Jeduca, Association of Education of Journalists, and in Brazil, and based now in Sao Paulo. And this time we will talk about of course, elections, but from a different perspective. And if last time we talked a lot about how AI is changing and influencing elections about the world, around the world, and we really had a lot to dig in. This time we focus on trust in media, and you would say, what does this have to do with the elections? Well, I think it kind of has. We see a lot of reports from very prestigious institutions around the world talking about how the trust in media decreasing leaves a very big spot for populists to grow on social media networks, especially where you cannot control them so well, and that could give rise to some very interesting political characters around the world. But our focus is not on political characters. Our focus is on how the people will react this year when they have the choice to make their voice heard in elections. And I will start with Aaron, and it's a very simple question, but with a probably complicated answer, like, what are we getting into this year? And is media prepared to cover such an important year, which can really reshape the world? I'm pretty sure that by this time next year, and we will get back to that, we will be in a different world. What do you think? Are we ready for this? Is media ready for this, Aaron?
Yeah, it's a great question, Diana. Thank you for having me on to talk about this. 2024, nearly half of the world population will cast votes over the course of the year, or have already, in national elections, and that's an anomaly. That is not normal. That is not typical. But for whatever reason, this year there is just great movement towards a lot of people in a lot of different places deciding who will lead and help shape the policies of our collective futures. I don't want to be too pessimistic. But I would start from the position that I don't think media is any more ready than it has been at any other time in our history at covering an election. The media industry is and has been always short on resources, short on time, short on the number of people doing the work, and by that, they're always a little behind much more organized actors, whether that's politicians or political parties or people seeking to deceive us, or technology companies. If you had to list the people who were prepared for this election, and you were ranking them from the most prepared to some of the least prepared, I think the media would certainly rank in the lower half. And I think that is a trouble point for us, and something that I think we need to think about. I mean, the reality is today there are a lot of forces that could shape how people vote when they go to the ballot box. And I don't think the media is properly necessarily prepared to combat that. So whether it is, as you talked about on your last episode, the rise of AI and how that will affect elections, I don't think we have a good plan for that to cover as members of the media. I don't think we've learned the lessons of the world elections over the past 4 to 8 years. And I don't think we've grown a lot. I don't think we've changed how we do things fundamentally. Now, the positive spin would be journalists are prepared and have covered elections for hundreds of years, and they will be able to effectively cover an election. So they'll be able to tell you who won. They'll be able to tell you how people performed versus their expectations. They will document the policies and positions that candidates hold. They're okay at that. They'll do a good job at that. I think that is in most free societies where journalists can operate largely freely. I think we will continue to do those stories well. But I do think there is a concern about how technology can influence this election in particular, and are journalists prepared to combat that? I think we are by nature somewhat reactionary, and we don't have, because of the lack of resources, the time or the ability to kind of proactively prepare for a lot of these potential worst case scenarios, right? So I think, overall, I would say we media is no more or less prepared than it has been. But I think generally it remains underprepared to cover elections because we have limited resources and have been really stressed to cover so much going on in this world. Last point I would make is, of course, we have these very important elections happening all over the world in some of the biggest democracies in the world, plus other countries. So Russia is holding elections and things like that. But we also have, major other news events happening at the same time. So the war in Ukraine, the fighting in Gaza, the terror attacks that happened in Israel. And so journalists are being pushed and pulled in a lot of different directions to cover different stories. And all that means is they are spending less time preparing or thinking about how they might cover the election and what might happen, whether it's misinformers or AI or deep fakes, or it's ballot fraud or voting fraud, or it's riots or whatever. And I think I personally remain a little worried about how we will cover elections. For me, obviously, being an American citizen living in the United States, working for PolitiFact, I think in particular, the American media is no more prepared to cover the election in 2024 in November than it was in 2020, where you saw what happened on January 6th. So a lot of work for us yet to do. Maybe we'll put it together, but I'm not particularly hopeful.
Thank you so much. As a Romanian activist, I have to mention a very wise, let's say, saying of a politician of ours a few years ago when the snow came in winter, and because the whole country was blocked, their argument for explaining why they were blocked, they said that it caught us by surprise. And we were like, yeah, it's in the calendar. Winter is literally in the calendar every year, and it caught you by surprise. So it feels like you're saying the same thing about the media, that they did not see this election year coming. But yeah, we deal with what we can.
I think it's a great point, Diana. And I would say that after the 2020 election in the United States, I think a lot of journalists sat down and said, how can we do this better? And they had that conversation and had that first set of ideas, but we never continued those conversations. And I think that's something that happens a lot in journalism. You immediately think, how can we do this better? But you don't make the time to actually make it better. And then if you do make the time, there's still resources that you may not have access to because you might not have the funding or the technology expertise to do it. So I think some of the problems are internal to us. Some of the problems are external in essentially how journalism is funded in a lot of places, but completely right.
To Preeti, and I know that the Ground Truth Project is an important part of your work, and that its main focus is to prepare journalists, correspondents from around the world. And and I think that Aaron just lifted the ball for us in this, because he mentioned there are so many different things happening at the same time around the world, and for journalists, especially for correspondents of all kinds, it's very hard to cover everything, I would like to ask you, like, how do you feel like the world is safe for correspondents? Is it safer or less safe than the years previous to this complicated year? And also, as we said, it's an election year all over the world, and we have a lot of not so much democracies where this election happens, so it makes it even more complicated for journalists. How do you feel the world is for them?
Sure. Thank you, Diana, firstly, for inviting me to this episode. And so it would perhaps be useful to widen the lens a bit on the program and what we try to achieve at Report for the World, which is part of the Ground Truth Project. So what we're trying to do is really bring in more comprehensive coverage of critical issues that are grappling the world, so that people may get local contextual information in their communities and in their countries and across continents. And so we're present in 28 countries, where we're working with 49 public interest media, and we're supporting 65 or 66 specialized journalists that are covering a host of issues from climate change to corruption, governance, health, education, all of the key issues around any elections, right? And so we feel that these local media are the perfect antidote to global crises, and they often provide actionable solutions to seemingly insurmountable problems. And this year, as you mentioned, where there's so many countries in the world going to vote at national, regional, and municipal levels, their role is even more essential. And I'd be happy to go into the different contexts of the countries in which we are supporting journalists, especially those going to those that are conducting elections this year. They have a key similarity. That is the role of social media and non-traditional forms of media in shaping public opinion around the elections in their countries, and both the challenges and the opportunities that our digital native media face as they're trying to provide their audiences with context-specific information about these key election platforms. So maybe we could start with India, where we're supporting some of the leading investigative and in-depth public interest newsrooms. So in India, we are certainly looking at an overdependence on social media. There was a very provocative paper at a tech conference recently that was titled "Weaponizing Data for Politics." And this presentation looked at how the Modi government is analyzing public and not so public data, and how they're using this to profile voters and really deliver their targeted messages to them through mobile phones. And so the mobile phone is really where India's elections are being fought, because Facebook is the most used social platform in the country, followed by YouTube and Instagram. And all of this content is, of course, available on these mobile phones. And a vast majority of India's population has access to the internet via these mobile phones. We're talking about over 1 billion users. And so while this is overall a democratizing element, there's also plenty of evidence that political parties are orchestrating online campaigns, especially the party in power, through social media, through a social media cell that they've put together. And this includes intimidation of perceived government critics, spreading Islamophobic and misogynistic propaganda, and a host of other acts that should really be criminalized, right? So our reporters in India are playing a crucial role in relaying accurate information in this very important period. India is about to go to polls in May, and it's 800,000, or rather over 1 million, I believe, polling booths across the country, and it is one of the largest voting exercises in the world. It takes about 6 weeks to complete. And so nuanced reporting on key issues is a lifeline for a lot of the communities. For example, our reporters at the News Minute, which is a women-led media outlet that is covering the southern states of the United States, they're working on gender, caste and minorities, and civil liberties as their beats. These are the beats that we're supporting, and there are journalists that are specialized in these areas. Now, these journalists have unique access to some of the most marginalized communities, yet those that are really the backbone of the country. And on another level, what the media are doing, independent media in particular, they have a much more collaborative spirit. So they are facing quite an uphill battle amid this cacophony that is created by disinformation, propaganda campaigns, silencing of the press, that is critical of the government. But as part of the solution, they're collaborating to provide accurate reporting on the parliamentary elections and state elections, from creating fact-checking hubs to regional community-focused beats, and to collectively producing real-time results of the polls in such a complex voting exercise. And so we're facing quite a similar situation in our other countries, such as South Africa, Nigeria, also the United States, where our sister program, Report for America, has successfully placed, I believe, over 500 reporters in all of the states. One thing that is similar in all of these landscapes is the history of deep racial, social divides, right? And so our public interest media are trying to put a comprehensive lens and to be able to cover the elections well beyond the polls themselves. We're looking at the next 5-year term, or however long the period is in each country, to really create accountability around the platforms and promises that these winners are making at the moment, and how they're implementing the policies, the nature of the policies, and of course, lack of transparency or corruption issues. Happy to go into our other countries of coverage in the next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very interesting, and we can talk about this for hours, I think. But now we move on to Antonio, and he works a lot for preparing journalists. And my question to him is, do you think they are prepared? What advices would you give also to young journalists, and not just young, but journalists maybe face for the first time this year so many elections and so many overwhelming events? What do you think? What advices do you think you would give, and if you think they are more prepared for this year than they were before?
Well, unfortunately, I have to agree more with Adam with this idea, this argument that we are not prepared. And because of many things he already said, it's not only that it's not because we don't want, but you see in many traditional media institutions that they don't have time, they don't have the resources, and we are talking about something that's changing a lot. I mean, you can prepare. For instance, I was president and founder from one of an association of education reporters, and we were very worried about how to prepare education reporters to this new ambience of polarization. And 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we were discussing about fake news, and let's make fact checking, and now we are in a different discussion. I mean, fake news is still a problem, but now we are dealing with artificial intelligence. And honestly, based on what I'm reading in Brazil, we don't know what is coming. We will have election in October. There will be municipal elections, not national elections. But honestly, I don't think journalists know what they are coming, and maybe and also the Justice Department and many other players, relevant players. So it's quite the only thing that I would say is that it's important to be to have this training, but not a training that we will have in 6 months or in 1 month, and then we were prepared for the next year. It's something that we have always. We have to put on our agenda this necessity of going constantly being prepared for something that we don't know, and that's. I mean, I wish I could give you a more positive view, optimistic view that we could be prepared for this, but we're not. And one of the things that part in Brazil particularly, and I know that other countries also this it happens the same, is that no matter how our stories, our articles, they can be accurate, they can be well writing or well whatever is the media that we are working. But what is happening in Brazil, and this is something it's quite new, is that hyper partisan medias that people in Brazil, Bolsonaro supporters or Lula supporters, they are not watching the same media. Bolsonaro supporters are watching social media and some traditional media, just like in the US, they have Fox News. So they have a kind of hyper partisan news, and it's not only about fake news, and sometimes it's not about fake news. It's about a very biased way of presenting news to the audience. And something that's quite challenging for us is that if you are not watching the same, you are not watching the same facts, it's hard to have a dialogue. And democracy depends on dialogue of people who think have different point of views. But people are getting informed by totally different the media diet of people of Bolsonaro supporters and Lula supporters in Brazil. They are completely different. So, as a journalist, something that I ask myself, but I don't have an answer, is how do you go against these bubbles? How do you not only you have to write well, you have to communicate well, you have to prepare well your story. This is something that we always had to do, but now we have also looked how my argument will reach and be accepted by someone who is not reading the newspaper where I work. And this is something that unfortunately I don't have the answer. The most that I can put here for debate is that saying that this is a problem that we should be aware of.
Thank you so much. And I would like to start the conversation, let's say, with all of us. And my starting point in this conversation is that I don't know if you read the new project that Financial Times released a few weeks ago, and it's about the news for the next generation, let's say. And they talked to a lot of young people across the world, and it surprised me to see that one young person they talked to said that she trusts more a witness than a journalist when something happens. And this was a big discussion also with the young journalists I coordinate, and they were asking, like, okay, what's happening? The role of the journalist is fading away. Are we just gonna consume more subjective content and not so much objective content? So it all ties into so many little things that cause big damage in media. And I come back also to predict this and focusing on how local journalists, people based in small communities, how important they are, and the fact that they are disappearing in some parts of the world is affecting hugely the quality of journalism. So, long story short, is media really losing trust among people? And if so, do you think it's irreversible? And is there anything we can do to stop it? So please feel any of you can jump in and say their opinion.
Diana, to your point, Diana, about how the non-traditional outlets are sort of gaining ground. So if we were to sort of step aside from the definition for a second and say, instead of looking at journalism as one, sort of narrow type of information channel or ecosystem, if we looked at good content, verified content or information, then we're actually seeing a lot more collaboration now, especially at least in the global south, between these content creators and the traditional journalism outlets and, civil society movements or organizations on the ground in terms of community engagement. So we are seeing a lot of also youth-led community engagement where journalism outlets are, working with new generations of experts as well on climate or corruption or AI or whatever else. As an example, we have our reporters at SWAT in South Africa which is also going to elections hold its national elections, parliamentary elections in May. They are looking at a host of topics through a social justice lens, while serving communities that are away from the traditional urban centers, where a lot of the journalism outlets are traditionally situated. And so when they're covering social justice issues, they're often connected to grassroots initiatives, including youth-led movements. And so they're starting to, or continuing to, because they have this record of being the paper during the anti-apartheid movement. So they continue to play a crucial role in building awareness around the different election issues and fighting divisive propaganda. So we are seeing some positive, a lot of positive collaboration happening. But the fact of the matter is, I think it was an Article 19 report that said 80% of the world is experiencing decreased freedom of expression compared to a decade ago. So we are faced with an uphill battle, and there's no doubt about that. I agree with my colleagues. But the wonderful and also the complicated thing about journalists is that we're accustomed to chaos and things not working, and that is our usual mode of operating. So I suppose a lot of our outlets know that the governments that will come into power are not going to be the ones that are best placed to carry out those functions. And so we're really looking at the next long term, and with a view of creating accountability around governments and the corporations that they're often colluding with.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in and say, I mean, certainly, the issue of how the public sees media and how the public trusts media is a important one. And I would add that I think media can do a much better job at returning to its core and fundamental mission, which is to serve the public. And so somewhere along the way, whether on purpose, by accident, there was a split where people began to think that the media wasn't serving the interests of the public. They were serving their own interests or the interests of the powerful or whoever they were politically aligned to, I suppose. And I think journalists can really should really think about how they can go back to helping viewers, voters, readers, listeners, to help them understand and answer questions. There was an interesting story in a Harvard publication that looked at the New York Times and its staff, and it found that something like, I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but that the most represented group of journalists at the New York Times went to Ivy League schools. So Harvard, Princeton, Yale. And it's a perfect example about how we kind of lost our way, because America is not an Ivy League place, right? Most 95% of Americans did not go to an Ivy League school, yet why is our foremost newspaper overly represented by Ivy League graduates? And by doing that, just even that little thing, we create this belief that the media isn't like us, the people. And I think we need to really be thoughtful about how we can kind of build that back. The one other thing that I would say, though, is there are lots of people and organizations that are actively working to create dissent and create distrust. So it is not enough for the media to say, we will try to be more trustworthy and you can trust us more. We also need to get at the societal influences that are trying to take apart our trust in all public institutions, not just media, but all public institutions. So it's a complicated problem, but I think the media can do more to become more trustworthy by trying to reflect the community it serves, and remember that its primary job is to serve its community.
Excellent points. Thank you so much. Antonio.
Yes, I will jump here, putting something more, an argument, more of long-term arguments. Not, it's not an answer for tomorrow, for today, for this year, but I will add the importance that we collaborate with education systems to really incorporate media literacy in the curriculum, in the teachers' practices, in schools, and not the way. I mean, in Brazil, this is I know that in United States you have a long tradition about media literacy. In Brazil, this is quite new, and usually we get in Brazil the idea of media literacy on how not to be fooled by the big media, by the big companies that control the information. Nowadays, I would say that media literacy is highly connected. It was always, in some degree, was connected, but now it's highly connected with civic education. And the public space where people are still having contact with diversity are schools, are public schools. So I think as journalists and media companies, they of course, if you add something more on the role of companies that are lacking of resources, this is, I know that how difficult it is, but I will put a lot of emphasis of thinking in the long term, and how do you create an environment that allow teachers to be prepared to discuss media literacy, not only big news media, social media, and connected with civic education. We have, as I said in my first time that I mentioned here, that we have a problem of a dialogue. We are not people who think different. They are not open to dialogue. You see, for instance, just to give an example, in Brazil, it's very common that two congressmen, they have a discussion at the parliament, and they are not worried about the dialogue. Each one, they want 30 seconds of something to put on social media, and supporters of one side will see 30 seconds of the debate, the fake debate, and the supporters of the other congressmen will see another completely different short view of this debate. They are not interested in dialogue. The dialogue has lost importance it's losing importance. So I think media literacy and civic education, it's two ways that we can, we need to address this problem now, although this is not a shortcoming. It's not something that we will solve for tomorrow, for this year, but something that we really have to discuss more with journalists also, not only with educators, but journalists should be more engaged, in my opinion, on this issue.
Antonio, that's an excellent topic.
Excellent points, and yeah, I think we can make a plan for the next 4 or 5 years to prevent future disasters around the world, in elections especially. And here I would like to add a point. For example, in Romania, many of the extremist politicians, or let's say populists, to be more nicer to them, are not very present on televisions, on mainstream, let's say, media, but they have a very good social media presence. And they, the last time, they got a very good percentage in the elections, especially because nobody saw them coming, because they were not where you would usually look for politicians or for candidates on TV or on written press, but they were on TikTok or on Instagram and on I don't know what other Facebook platforms, and they caught everyone by surprise. And I think they will probably do the same again. So is mainstream media, and the fact that it's not so trusted anymore, is it leaving an empty chair for populists to grow, or
is it unable to adapt to these so many channels where you can get your information or you can get your favorite candidate from, or is just business as usual and it's nothing bad in it, or these two are not connected? Do you see a connection between these things, and if so, what can we do, or how can we defend ourselves against it?
I just wanted to add what Antonio said about the importance of media literacy, and totally agreed that across the board in all countries, media could be doing more, both in collaborating with educators, but on their own, really providing more reliable information around these, or debunking false information for the most vulnerable communities. So my job really is to look at some of the most successful cases where these type of work is happening and how to scale them and integrate them into the newsroom's DNA or editorial makeup. So one positive case that we have, one of the many positive cases that we have, is our partner Daily Maverick in South Africa started an education beat through our support, and they play a critical role in exactly this type of education. But unfortunately, what happens with a lot of these smaller media or specialized media is the beats that they would like to sort of make permanent in their newsrooms are not necessarily the ones that are most supported by audiences, by subscribers, or even by foundations. So some of the gaps that we see is owing to this. But there are other positive examples where there's another different approach to, let's say, media literacy or education. In Brazil, we have a hyperlocal media outlet called Agência Mural that is really fostering the first generations of reporters in a specific neighborhood of Sao Paulo that has been marginalized for decades. So in this case, the education comes from these reporters that are covering democracy, disinformation, governance issues, and they publish some of their work through WhatsApp podcasts. So the youth in the households receive these directly, and then they disseminate the information through the families. So you're doing a community level re-education or awareness around some of the key issues. And these will be super important for this community as they're going to vote in the upcoming municipal elections this year. So there are positive cases, but it's not being systematically, media literacy as a service is not something that is being systematically delivered across the board. And this is definitely where what you talked about, Diana, in terms of populist messaging, those who are most popular on social media or have a lot of traction are winning over these media outlets that actually have verified accurate information.
So much. Aaron, would you chip in?
You have no audio.
Yeah, we don't hear you.
I'm sorry. So Diana, to your question, I do think media does struggle with when to cover and how to cover what we might have typically or historically called fringe candidates. And I think this is actually a really good discussion. I mean, in some ways, we have to acknowledge if the media covers and writes about candidates who who are not necessarily typical, we're essentially raising their profile. We're doing their work for them. And I do so as the example you put in Romania of candidates having very active social media, I would ask journalists, of course, to monitor that very carefully and be thinking about when and how I should tell stories about that candidate. But one of the things I would definitely be doing is looking to see, no matter how active they are, I'd be looking to see how active their community is in supporting them. Because we don't want to be in the position where we're writing stories about a candidate and effectively giving them free advertising and promoting their campaign or candidate. So that would be the first thing I would say. I think the second thing I would say is that, journalists who have been doing this for a long period of time are get used to institutional norms. They think things work the way a lot of the government bureaucracy kind of works, and so that therefore we are often caught off guard, and we have to figure out a way to better prepare for that. And I think, again, it's through audience listening to our communities. I mean, I don't know if a survey has ever been done on this, but I am fairly certain that most members of the media thought Hillary Clinton would win the election for president in 2016, not Donald Trump, right? And the fact that media was caught flat-footed in that election, and there are plenty of other examples around the world, speaks to sometimes we kind of do the activities of coverage and reporting that is really based in the halls of power. We talk to business elites, we talk to government elites, and what we need to be doing is figuring out ways to speak to average, typical voters way more, to better understand what they're feeling and how they're feeling it, because I think that'll make us that'll build trust, but it'll better prepare us for what might be coming, and allows us to tell those stories in a way that I think could be helpful to our audiences.
Well, let me jump here. I don't know if you're still listening to me, but my connection is not good. But if you are, I will continue. I will just in favor of journalists. I will remind you of an anecdote. To me, I am married with a political scientist. And in 2018, when Bolsonaro was elected, I remember that we are political scientists, and they were all asking me, why did you not prepare? Why did you not perceive that Bolsonaro could win the election? And I had no answer, of course. But then I come back to them and I said, and did you have the answer? Were you prepared? So it's not only about, of course, it's not only about media. It's something that, of course, journalists has a big role. But the election of Trump in the United States, in Bolsonaro in Brazil, in many others, we are not prepared, because we are analyzing data with old ideas. For instance, now we used to say that economy is the most important, and economy will prevail when you predict an election. Right now, we're not sure about that. We're not sure about that in the United States. We're sure about that in Brazil, because they are very different phenomena. And I will add, for finishing here, that we also have a bigger discussion about regulation of media. I don't know if you are aware or how much this news it's circulating outside Brazil, but now we have Twitter, the billionaire Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, is using his account on Twitter to make. He's criticizing the Supreme Court in Brazil, who has been fighting, have made some decisions that were against Bolsonaro supporters. And Elon Musk, it's like repeating exactly the same arguments of Bolsonaro supporters. So we have a billionaire based on United States with a lot of power, a power that we don't know because he controls algorithms. So if this is, of course, we are discussing here as journalists, but I will add only that reminder that this is a discussion that's much bigger than it's not only a media issue. It's something that we really have to pay attention as society for the power of this social media, and how someone based in another country. We see this with Russian Telegram, with Chinese TikTok. this is something it's much bigger than us, and we should pay attention also for these discussions about regulation of social media.
Thank you so much, Antonio. And now I'd like to bring Aaron to make something that's very hard to make right now, a wild guess where we will be in 1 year with the elections and the media and all the craziness around the world. So if you could have, I don't know, a crystal ball, what would you see in it in 1 year from now? And we will check back with you in 1 year.
Please don't, Diana. I think I'm very bad at making predictions. So I think in some ways, like, my advice would be whatever I say here, the opposite will probably happen. So that's probably my ultimate prediction. I mean, look, I think that it's really interesting. I think it is really interesting to see how the world community is staying together or coming together in the next year. I will start with a scary piece that is not my prediction, but that is someone else's prediction. I was recently at an event with a longtime Pentagon correspondent for the New York Times, who has covered basically every war that has happened in the last 3 decades. And he left his audience with this thought, which I thought was haunting, but then I thought, he might be onto something, and this is scary, but he literally said, 18 months from now, there's a scenario in which we look back at 18 months from now, World War III has started. And there's a scenario in which we look back and we say, this was the moment when things started to develop and we didn't notice it. The reality here is the world situation is very tense. It's tense in the Middle East. It remains tense in Ukraine. We don't know. There's lots of things we don't know. We don't know what Putin's next move and what he will do and how that will affect Europe and NATO and the US. In the United States, Donald Trump has essentially said he has suggested he will leave NATO, or certainly not participated in the way that the US has traditionally participated in it. And you have the other kind of just worldwide tension that I think is boiling and should be worrisome to all of us. And so one of the things I would say is not a prediction, but a recommendation is to journalists, as they tell stories about their communities and the people that they are serving, their readers, I would ask them, and I'd hope that they could also kind of take a view out, kind of widen their perspective and widen their view to think about how things fit in the global context. So not be so parochial about what they write and how they write, because I think there is a lot that's interconnected that maybe gets lost, certainly does here in the US, where I think we tend to focus on what's happening within our borders, and that's about it. I think so. That would be a recommendation, not a prediction. And I'm not predicting World War III, by the way. I'm not, but I'm saying that smart people are thinking that's where we're at right now. We need to be prepared or thinking or I don't know, but just mindful of that. My prediction would be, if I had to make one prediction, I would say that, I think though countries and their citizens and their voters are very, very different, I have noticed, and I do think that there's a lot of commonality about how the world moves, like ebbs and flows politically. And so I do think looking at the results in the elections, whether it's in the EU, or other places around the world, I think will portend to what happens in other countries around the world. So, I think if you have populist, more nationalistic kind of outcomes in a wide swath of elections, I think that would portend well for other nationalist, populist candidates around the globe. and vice versa. If you have kind of more cooperative, kind of a coalition building kind of governments forming around the world, I think that movement will kind of like snowball a little bit. So I mean, I am a believer that we're kind of more interconnected than we actually think and give ourselves credit for. And so I would that would be a prediction, that you can start to look at elections as they happen around the world and for instance, think how they might relate to the election in the United States, where I am. For the media, I think my prediction would be, we are going to try very hard to tell the important stories. We will work feverishly to do so. We won't get a lot of sleep. We will won't have a lot of resources to do it, and we might not get everything we want done. But I do think what I'm always amazed by wherever I visit or wherever I talk to a journalist is how committed they are, and how dedicated they are to telling stories truthfully and accurately. So, my message of hope there is that I do think you have, tens of thousands of people around this world who are committed to telling stories of truth and will work tirelessly to do that throughout the year, no matter what happens, no matter who's elected. And, I do think that is a good thing for us. So I guess if you're listening and you have lots of money, give to your local newspaper or television station, or support projects like some of the ones that were mentioned during this discussion and others, because I do think the work is noble, it's necessary, and it does produce lasting impact for communities. So I don't know if that was a prediction, but that was my thoughts. How does that sound?
You started very pessimistic and scary, and you ended up in a good tone. So maybe the advice would be to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And on this note, thank you so much, Preeti, Aaron, Antonio. Thank you so much for your contributions in our episode. And yeah, we will definitely have to get back together in 1 year to see if Aaron was right, and to get ready for a still complicated year. Thank you. Have a good day, evening, or what time it is in your place. So that has been a wrap for us in this episode. Thank you so much for watching us. Thank you to our special guests for giving their opinions on what's happening. And don't forget to follow us on our Instagram channels, Facebook channels, follow our DCN Global everywhere. We also have a newsletter which you can subscribe to. And don't forget, we have a monthly Substack newsletter focused specifically on elections, and we will come back with a new episode in June, and we will let you know when we are back. And you can follow us also on how we cover elections on all these channels, but also your opinion is very important to us, so you can send informations about the elections around you on our email address, dcnelections@gmail.com. See you soon.
Did you enjoy lunch? It was nice. Are you ready for the next keynote? Can you give a huge round of applause for Dr. Jean to start?
Sorry, where's the pointer? Welcome, everyone. I've actually been waiting for this, because I was invited by DCN last year, and they welcomed me as Dr. Jean-Lene Stinko, but I haven't certified my PhD back then, so it's basically fake news. But I am now a fully certified. Thank you. Cybersecurity PhD, and I'm now working full-time as a data scientist. So I write machine learning models and those other kind of things that will bore you. But yeah, thank you very much. So this session that I proposed to Mariana is actually cybersecurity and human rights. So it's more related to my PhD. So if you've actually met me before, I've always been very critical of big tech companies. So that includes GAFAM, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. And I believe that they're all very problematic. And today you'll see more of what I'm talking about. And as a human rights activist, I will guide you through understanding the intersection of cybersecurity and human rights. And we will delve deep into the critical intersection that will show you how cybersecurity should be considered a human right. I will actually sit because I'm wearing heels, and I've been wearing heels since 7 in the morning. No, I should be here. Okay. So why is cybersecurity a human right? So I want you to think of how you protect your house. You probably have locks, you probably have CCTVs, alarms, and it's pretty much the same in the field of cybersecurity. No matter how you get the most expensive lock in the market, you'll always end up with cybersecurity threats if you let your door open. So without cybersecurity, human rights activists are in danger. So there's a lot of rights that can be stepped on, rights to privacy, rights to free speech, rights against surveillance, censorship, and various forms of digital exploitation. So without strong cybersecurity measures, we will have tremendous issues on how people can safely participate in the digital space, which are, of course, crucial for democratic engagement and social inclusion. I guess if there's one thing that I want you to take away from this session of mine, this ARVO, it will be that cybersecurity is no longer optional. No matter how big or small your organization is, no matter how little your data you reckon you have online, it is no longer optional. It has never been, but people have always been treating it as optional. So it is essential for you to understand why, and so you could protect your rights and your freedoms against who's ever surveilling you. So I will first define what human rights is in digital context. So here you could see a diagram that shows you what kind of, or what human rights looks like in the digital space. So there's privacy, data sovereignty, safety, right to digital participation, access to information, and freedom of expression. So I'll start with the most oftenly attacked, right to privacy. So in the digital world, privacy means keeping your personal information secure from unauthorized access. And I often hear people that says, wait a minute, we don't care about privacy because we don't have anything to hide. And that is highly, highly problematic. Because if you dissect that sentence, privacy is not about hiding something from someone. It's about having ownership of your data, dictating who will have access to your data, and having a sense of control over your personal information and how it is used. So, it allows you to make choices without fear of getting interference or judgment. Then the second one is highly related mostly to indigenous rights, is data sovereignty. So this is kind of related to privacy as well, but this is about having ownership or control over your data and knowing where and how it can be processed, knowing where should it go, knowing who or what kind of people should have access or use to your data. Then the third one is digital safety, and I think this doesn't need much explanation, but this one involves protecting yourself from physical threats. As we know that whatever is online has repercussions offline, and whatever you post there actually has repercussions, and you don't want that. As part of digital, of the bigger space of digital human rights, is you have to have the right to safety. Then the next one is the right to digital participation. So this one is when everyone should have the ability to engage in online space, so they could comment on forums, join webinars or whatever that they feel like they would benefit from. And then access to information, which is also literally just access to the internet. It is a human right and must be considered as such, particularly since most governments are now moving all their services into the digital space. And if we don't want to leave anyone behind, internet access should be considered a human right. Then, of course, lastly, freedom of expression. So this is basically the digital equivalent of free speech that allows you to share your opinions online without fear of repercussions or repression. And yeah, overall, understanding this digital context will give you, I guess, a little bit of understanding of your rights and how you can protect them. So we now move towards the threat to digital human rights. So there are quite a few threats that I've listed here, but this is not exhaustive. So the first one that I put there is digital colonialism. If you actually have been paying attention to what's happening in the use of or training of data, as what Sam Altman has said, in very weird cases of stealing data or asking laborers from poorer countries. We have digital sweatshops in the Philippines. There are unpaid laborers who are clicking what is a whale, what is a cat, just so your AI would not give you lies, but it still do. It's quite useless actually, but it still do. But most of these people are unpaid, or if not unpaid, underpaid, and a lot of this data labeling is outsourced from developing world, while they earn heaps and heaps of billions of profits, and they even show, like we are here, our tech companies, we are reaping profits, but then when you look into the next day, oops, we're laying off tech workers. And that's problematic. Then, of course, I moved to algorithmic discrimination, which is also related to that. So our digital rights face this threat, an algorithmic discrimination where automated systems can perpetuate biases. I don't know if you've seen the news where black people in America were labeled as monkeys, for instance, by an algorithm. So that occurs because of this, on how the system is replicated in the real, from the real world into the digital space. But it doesn't end there, and it will continue to show that that these algorithms are favoring someone, are favoring something, and it's usually not you. It's usually not me. It's usually people with a lot of power. Then surveillance capitalism. This is again related to digital colonialism and algorithmic discrimination. So this is when big tech companies collect and monetize our data. Personal data without our consent. Whatever you post online, they feel like they have ownership of everything you post on Facebook that they can use to train their machine learning models. They've done that. OpenAI has stolen billions of data, the face of the internet, and they claim that it's free because you posted it on free websites. That's basically what fuels what we call AI, surveillance capitalism, to create a model that is so problematic that will even steal your jobs, create problematic real-life implications and biases. Then e-waste, I'll not go on into detail, but it is related to digital human rights and connects to environmental rights. And then there's information monopoly. So this is when a few large corporations control vast amount of data and information, which limits diversity of what's out there. And you could see that online and social media, that majority of what's being out there is probably, at least in the media organizations where I'm from in Australia, is owned by basically one organization, one company. And that occurs, now that trend is visible globally. Then, of course, digital divide, where not everyone has access to laptops and computers, but we see people who keep on saying that we have to, because, okay, I'll tell a story. Recently I wrote a policy paper for Cambodia in the Philippines, and it's about the use of education technology, because we are very keen to get that into the education system. The problem is, they skipped a lot of systemic issues. They want to adopt AI in classrooms, but half of the population don't have access to proper internet. They cannot just download data. They have problematic laws on what can be downloaded, and not everyone knows how to use a computer. And that is basically a digital divide, that if you look into it deeper, it's less of a educational issue, but more of a political, more of a class issue, that those who are richer often get prioritized because they can go to private school, they can get laptops, their parents can give them this and that and this and that. But at the end of the day, those people or those kids living on an island in Samar will not be able to get access to this kind of technology. Censorship, identity theft, I do not think they need definition, because they're very much related to each other, and I'm pretty sure my audience quite knowledgeable of what's happening in the region. Okay, so you may ask me, so Jane, what can we actually do? So, well, as a cybersecurity consultant person and a human rights activist, I have identified 8 main tools for protection. So first one I wrote there is encryption. So encryption is making sure that only the sender and the receiver of the message can read the message. So there are quite popular protocols that I am supporting. There's Matrix protocol and there's the Signal protocol that use this to protect your data. And then second one is secure, free, libre, open source software. So open source software, I have been very vocal of this. I'm part of quite a few tech collectives where we advocate for free, libre, open source software. So when you think of free, you probably think that doesn't cost anything, but that's not what free means here. Think of free speech, not free food. So free means freedom, not free tempeh, if that makes sense. So why actually we advocate for this? Well, because floss actually, allows you to have transparency and control over the kind of software that you install on your phone, that you install in your laptop. And that reduces the risk of hidden vulnerabilities. Then, of course, the centralized system, the third one. So these are basically DIDs. So what are DIDs, or decentralized systems? They are unique identifier that is created, owned, and managed by yourself. So it's not centralized, it's decentralized in a way that you get to decide what kind of data you will be giving to someone, what kind of data will be they receiving from you. So a better, I guess, metaphor or contextualization for this is if you played the game. No, a better example is when let's say there's a library that you want to visit. And if there is a library card, usually it contains your name, your birth date, where you live, where you go, the books you've shared, the books you've read, and so on and so forth. If we actually use the centralized system, what it would look like is that you will be having a card that will only contain what needs to be shared. And you have complete autonomy if you want to share it. Because the librarian doesn't need to know your name. The librarian doesn't need what your birthday is. The librarian doesn't need any of those information. They just need to lend you, as a responsibility of a librarian in public libraries, they just need to lend you books. And that should end there. So this is what, this card is what is like DID in the sense that only you know the detail of the card, and when you want to borrow a book, the librarian will just know certain details that you want to know, that you want to share, and they can verify if that information is valid and lets you borrow the book without any fuss. The next one is personal data servers. I have a colleague here, Chandra, who's been very vocal, who I've known for quite some time. And when we're working, because I self-host everything, so I self-host my own cloud. I do not use any Google products, so I don't use Google Drive and so on and so forth. I self-host everything from my home, my personal data server. And this is complicated in a way if you do not have enough knowledge on how to self-host, but that is the only way for you to have ownership of your data. If you don't want Zoom, if you don't want Microsoft Teams to know what you're doing, you have to have personal data servers. It's quite tricky in the first try, but and then you have to know certain SSH and certain cybersecurity techniques here and there. But I implore you to look into it. If you're, and it's especially for human rights organizations who work closely with human rights activists on the ground, you do not want to you do not want to save their data on Dropbox, especially since Dropbox recently released an update that they will, you have to opt out or else they will use all your data for AI training. So that's personal data servers. Then the next one is zero knowledge proofs. So zero knowledge allows you to prove something is true without actually revealing anything. It's a little bit tricky for the first try, but if so, this one is. I'll give an example. If you know the term where the game "Where's Waldo" or "Where's Wally," so how zero knowledge proof would look like is if I ask you, sorry, what's your name? I'll use my friend again here, Chandra. I actually have found Wally in this photo here, and how can she prove that I know where Wally is? Is she just going to trust me? No. So what the case is for this is I will show her the location of Wally without telling where Wally is. So I'll cut the picture of Wally and say, here, Chandra, I actually have found Wally or Waldo. This is a proof that I know where he is, but this is not a proof, this is not a help for you to find out where he is located. So that's how zero knowledge proof works. It's based on it's based on maintaining anonymity and integrity of the whole process without revealing where things is or where things are located. Then the next one, tech collectives. If you know any tech collectives, I am quite a part of a few, because tech collectives, you know, we tend to be more vocal of all the things that has been going on with big tech and so on, and it actually helps a lot to find a certain community that shares your values, that don't want you to be selling your data to big tech companies. Then the next one is policies with feet. And I've been telling this so much. The guiding principles of business and human rights of the United Nations has no teeth. It is just there to tell businesses, you should do this. The guidelines are there. And if you don't, there's nothing we can do. It's a slap on the wrist. We need an international policy on how to regulate the big tech company with teeth. And it shouldn't just be a slap on the wrist. Then the eighth one, of course, cybersecurity awareness and cybersecurity practices, as I've mentioned a while ago in the intro. Without proper education and awareness, whatever you put or install cybersecurity or anti-spyware and so on and so forth, if you actually don't know that you can get hacked by doing this and that, that's basically nothing. So there should be a national cybersecurity awareness campaign that teach safe practices, recognizing phishing attempts, and securing personal devices. That is difficult to read. I'm so sorry. Okay, so now I move on to everyday cybersecurity tools. So this one says, check your app permission. That's my first tip. So by regularly reviewing and adjusting, so you can see here what Threads is actually collecting from you. I don't know why it needs your financial information, your sensitive information, your contacts, your location, and so on. I don't know why they need that, but they're collecting it. So many apps request access to data they don't need, and that's a fact. They can compromise your privacy. You know, as I've said, this social media app, like this one, will request access to your location, contacts, and even camera. And limiting the permissions for these apps, only that they can only access what's necessary. You know, reducing the risk of data leakage and regularly actually auditing these permissions is crucial for your cybersecurity. The second one is to create a standard user in your phone. I have been telling this to everyone. If you are doing your personal activism, don't use it in your work phone. For personal activism should go in your personal phone, and you should use a standard user account. So you should create one, as you know, as you could see, I created one there. It's called Jane. My main one is Jingdinko, that's me. And then the second one is I use, for example, for work or anything, well, not really work, for personal activism, and maintaining that sense of high security, because when you use, let's say, a standard user in your phone, which is the blue one there, you limit what kind of access they would have or you would have. So if that account gets hacked, it will not affect your whole phone or your whole device. So think of it as having, let's say, a guest account in your own device that you can use when you need to do something that is not, I don't know. Because I left social media in 2017. I don't have any social media anymore. I have LinkedIn, but it's just there for work. But I make sure that all those, if I would have social media, because I don't want them to have access to my data, I would probably use that in a standard user account. I guess that's safer. I don't think that I think that would limit the damage if my, for example, Facebook account gets compromised, and that's basically why, I guess I should say, why you should create a standard user in your phone. Third one, I really apologize for this slide. This used to have a white background on the text. So rooting your phone is necessary for others to install surveillance apps. So what does rooting your phone mean? So it means that they've, overtly compromised everything. And if you're an Android user, I suggest you actually download, like a root verifier, root checker, to see if your Android phone has been rooted, because that is when you know that your phone has been or if someone has installed certain spywares on your phone. Well, for the iOS, it's quite a little bit difficult, since Apple has been quite changing policies on getting jailbreak actually harder. But for you to find out if your phone has been rooted, they use apps like Celeo, Chimera, Electra. If you found that in your phone after, let's say, for example, you attended a certain event that you have to surrender your phone and it comes back to you with Chimera, that's a strong, conviction that something has been installed there. And of course, people always forget the computer is linked to your messaging app. I don't know if WhatsApp has this. Signal has. I have Signal. I don't have WhatsApp, but I only install WhatsApp when I'm attending conferences. So I have WhatsApp now. It will be deleted after the conference because I need to know where the location is. But anyway, so you usually connect your account to your, let's say, a laptop or your personal computer. And we often forget that. And I've noticed that with my partner, because he's been giving, for example, his Signal account, which is, encrypted and so on and so forth. But then when you actually go into his device, like his PC, you could actually read all the messages. And that's something that you should be very, very wary if you're doing this. I do not connect or do not link any devices to any of my messaging apps. I keep them in my phone. So if that becomes a problem or that I am unreachable, then so be it. But I would rather have it than the other way. And this one is if you're using iOS. I suggest that you keep your lockdown mode on. So what lockdown mode does is it reduces the attack surface of your device by severely restricting its functionality. So it's like disabling many messages attachment types that have been rendered in the messages, and because these are very common vectors for cybersecurity breaches. Also, lockdown mode also blocks most unsolicited connection requests. So that is, I will show you later on why you should keep your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth off. But it's pretty much like if you use lockdown mode, it does that. And this one is very crucial. I've heard, I've spoken to some people, especially human rights organizations, where they, where cybersecurity practices is really, don't want to say problematic, but it's really minimal in the sense that there's no password management system. So you share your password like, hey, social media manager, can you post this? Social media manager is off. I'm like, oh my God, can you just actually log in and then send you the password via Facebook Messenger? So that's one scenario. So I always tell people you need to have password management system. I personally use Bitwarden. And also, when you get or to pick your password, remember that the alphanumeric factor is just an addendum. The more important is the length. You could see in the photo how long it would take for a certain individual to hack through your system or to brute force your 16 plus digit password. So I tell people if they're gonna pick between the two, choose length over, well, I would, if the best case is for you to choose alphanumeric and then include some $sign or whatever if you want, but length is more optimal than whatever you write there. And then this one, I've noticed this because my friend has been trying to hide things from us, a group of friends, about certain things that she's been like, I think it's about her relationship. So we found out that her phone notifications, she told us that she doesn't talk to her ex anymore. And I'm like, girl, your phone just sent a notification to you that says your ex texted you. So basically, he's texting you. So that's why I thought that, if you really want to be secure, choose this. No one needs to know what's going on in your phone when it's locked. You don't need to have notification, Facebook Messenger notification that says, when your phone is locked, it says, oh, you have 2 messages on and so on and so forth. It's not, if you really want to be into more active cybersecurity practitioner or enthusiast, I probably would suggest that you do this. And then the next one is turn your Bluetooth off when not in use. I think this is very much given. Also for Wi-Fi, do not make it auto-connect. Yes, like this one, always forget, do not let it auto-connect to public Wi-Fi. I think, so I know we tend to frequent a lot of places like our favorite malls. We go there every day, and because we want to have easy Wi-Fi access, we want to be the first, that when we step in the entrance of the mall, we're like, oh my God, I have Wi-Fi and so on and so forth. That's cool and everything because you have access to it, but at the same time, it's kind of counterproductive, especially if you're in the human rights space. Same for Bluetooth. And this is very, my phone is not running on Android, not running on iOS. I'm using Graphene OS. So I use Android without Google. I've quit Google altogether, and I've distanced myself from Google services because I want to have more control over my personal data. I have Graphene OS. This is a Pixel phone. Although this is a Pixel phone, it's only where Graphene OS can be installed. For Lineage OS, I think there are certain phones. My old phone, which is Motorola, can be installed with Lineage. So if you I mentioned this before. This is quite tricky for people who have no background on tech. And if you have any, if you're keen or anything, since I don't have social media, you can approach me later and I probably will tell you how I did mine and some alternatives to problematic big tech products that we're using out there. And then this one. So this is a photo taken and uploaded on Facebook. Can you tell where the photo was taken? From looking at it, it's quite difficult. I use open source intelligence to actually detect where the photo was taken. So it seems like an innocent photo that was just posted on social media, but when you actually run certain codes on it, you could actually find that the photo was actually taken in Lake District in the UK. And that's very easy to find. That's why I suggest to people before posting a photo online, remove the EXIF. So that is, before sharing, remove EXIF, which data which can contain certain locations, camera settings, and other metadata that might compromise your privacy. So there are quite a few EXIF purge tools that strip out potentially sensitive metadata from your photos, ensuring that all shared images don't inadvertently reveal more than intended. So, apologize for the awful slide. I put there EXIF cleaner, image optim, and cleaner with a K. Again, I will try to send to Mariana a better copy of this one, since it's really difficult to read. But this one will definitely, or you could actually, go on your F-Droid or Aurora store to find EXIF cleaner. Another tip that I've actually given to people, especially human rights activists, if you're posting something online of your selfie or a photo of you, try to post a screenshot of it, not the photo. Remember, you've taken a photo, and before you upload it, take a screenshot of it from your phone and upload the screenshot, not the photo itself. And then that will lure people away and say, oh my God, this, the EXIF data of this phone is clearly weird, that it's, it shows that it's been XYZ and XYZ instead of the original one where it was taken in, let's say, Lake View, Lake District in the UK. This one, temporary mail services. So I use temporary email addresses for services that I don't want them to know anything about me. Like if I need to take an Uber, I'm using a different temporary mail services that I can just delete because they, although you have to be careful because this have, certain limitations because not all temporary email services are the same. Some have stronger privacy protections and some will even log your IP addresses, while others might not store them at all. So there are tools there that I mentioned, like 10-minute mail and temp mail. I've personally haven't used them, but I've heard good things. And then the second one is, the next one is use email alias services. So what are email alias services? It allows you to use multiple email addresses that forward to your main email without revealing your primary address. So my primary address is, like jane.dinko@proton.me, for instance. And that is like linked to a few more emails that I use for for example, because there are promos out there for like a makeup, and I do that all the time. Like there's a makeup brand that says, oh, you have to sign up, and then we'll give you free voucher and so on and so forth if you just sign up, and you give us your mail, and then you'll be included in the mailing address. So what I do is I give them an email alias that says, for instance, exit whatever at simplelogin.com, and then I receive the voucher and so on and so forth, and then I delete that email alias. So it's a win-win for me. It's a lose-lose for them, as should be the case. So if you want to try this, there's Simple Login, which is now bought by Proton, and then Anon.e. And then this one, I've seen this so many times repeated over and over again. People say that, if you want to be secure, use VPN. Not true. VPNs are good for location spoofing, for accessing geo-restricted content, like watching content from streaming services that are only available in the United States, but they are not for anonymity. They're not for security. They're not for privacy. So there's probably an only way for you to make anonymous is by routing to 3 or more VPNs. But I use VPN if you want, as I've said, but they're not foolproof. I'm personally using Proton, but you can. Maybe you could use Proton if you want. And then my favorite one is to ditch GAFAM software. As I've said, I use Linux, I use Graphene. I'm almost like 98% GAFAM free. I only use like Google Docs when a certain organization tells me that, hey, I actually want to collaborate with you. I suggest them that, hey, I use ScriptPad, which is a Google Docs alternative, and they will get back to me and say, oh, we actually prefer to do it in our own, and so on and so forth. Then sure, but you have to make your Google Docs public because I will not be able to access it with my email address because my email address blocks all Google. So consider that. And then secure your Windows and Mac. First is stop Cortana, stop Google, stop Siri, use your camera cover, and if you really want to have ownership of your data, use Linux. And I've mentioned a while ago, if you don't know how, I will do my very best to help you. We'll even do video calls so that I can help you install Linux and Graphene. And that's part of my personal activism to move away from the big tech industry. So here are the key takeaways that I want you to remember. You might forget me, but remember that. Cybersecurity is a human right. Understand your digital rights and assess your risk. Everyday security practices that I've mentioned, and transition away from these products, and of course, own your data. Because remember, online, there is no such thing as safe, only safer. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So my question is, how do we involve the marginalized sectors in the conversation? Because we know that the main concern right now is digital divide.
Yes.
I am taking from my experience when I'm still working with the government. We have a partner when it comes to the representation of the indigenous people in media. They are very aware that it's very misrepresented, but they do not have the way to voice it out because they do not know the basic cyber skills, like how to use the laptop or have such phones. But working with the communities, how can we make sure that they are part of the conversation?
So what we've been advocating is for the government, because as you could say, for instance, certain governments would release apps and software that are very not device or OS, I guess, what's the term? Anyway, that only works for Google and for Android and iOS. And I've been telling that so many times. This is problematic because it doesn't, it limits people's access, and it requires them to have Android phone. It requires them to have iOS, and they don't have a say on what goes on and what kind of data they share. And that's part of actually the larger data sovereignty advocacy that's going on globally. especially for indigenous peoples who do not, for instance, who do not want their data to be shared. They don't want their ways of living or practices to be used to train machine learning models, as should be the case. But yeah, it's very it's very minimal, I guess. The movement is moving so slowly in a glacial pace that the best, I guess, we can do right now is join the movement of moving away from big tech organizations and actually have the governments set up this kind of infrastructures for us. It is not the be-all, end-all answer, but it's a good start.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm just going to give a bit of a preface as a context to my question. Because, and I think this might be relevant to what is going on in Indonesia, because earlier last month, I'm sure you're well aware that there is a report from Amnesty International which found that there are findings that Indonesia might have imported spyware technologies from several organizations, several corporations, from Israel, for example, with the use of Pegasus, which of course, I think one of the concerns that is quite prevalent among people who are working in the civil society organizations is the zero-click intrusion system. And of course, I think one of the findings from the report is that the government or the agencies within the government are the ones who are actually purchasing the technologies. A lot of your recommendations and a lot of your points are relevant to what we can do vis-a-vis big tech. But I was wondering if you have any recommendations on, especially for those who are working in civil society organizations, NGOs, on what they can do if they're concerned about their security vis-a-vis the government. Is there any sort of like practical steps on what we can do? As well as what would be the best way in terms of how do we advocate ourselves within debates on what is the best measures to balance cybersecurity, spyware by governments, for example, in the face of cyberterrorism, for example. But of course, I think for us in NGOs, we're quite worried that the government might have other motivations behind using those sort of like technologies, right? So I was just wondering, first, what are the practical steps that we can do? And second, how do we engage the government in letting them know that there are valid concerns with us trying to push the use of these technologies back, trying to give pushbacks against the use of these technologies? Thank you.
I am not familiar in how it's going to be here, but you know, in certain instances, majority of the things that I've actually shared moves away from the relationship between the state and the capital, which is the big tech. And as usually, as we know, that there's always a lot of collusion between the two, you know, like who does that and who does this and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, the best, we are powerless. It appears like that in a lot of sense. But as I've mentioned this a while ago, but having at least confidence that your data is something that you own, is that your data is something that no one can take away from you, by having a complete ownership of how you contribute online and so on and so forth, I think it should maybe help. I have not been in the space where it's similar, but yeah, I think it's sad. It's true, but I would try as possible to at least, because majority of, I guess, the software that would come from that would be installed would probably most likely be available in Google Play Store. so I would. Now that's why I don't have that in my phone, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's the least probably I could say.
Jen, thank you so much for the comprehensive presentation. I like it very much.
Thank you.
However, I realize that most of us will agree that to be able to achieve a safety in digital space would cost a lot. You have your own data center, you have your own everything. So that will take so much money and also technical capacity to be able to move away from these enterprises. So why not you develop your own platforms that will not only to protect but also promote digital human rights?
I mean, I start that when I actually engage with human rights organizations, because I host my own Jitsi, which is alternative to Zoom and Microsoft Teams. So I try to share that as much as possible, like, hey, you could use this and that, but also my resources are very limited, and as you know, it gets really expensive and so on and so forth. But yeah, as much as possible, I would love to, but the resources are finite. So there are certain limitations that I can only apply to myself. But as much as possible, I try to teach people that if you cannot personally host, or have your own server at home, there are certain things that you can do. Like probably use Graphene instead of Android, or change to Linux or something. I would love to, but maybe in my next life.
Any one last question? We have two, okay? Yeah. You're consuming my time because I'm next.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Jane, for your comprehensive material for us. So we have been always under scrutiny, right? While you talk about leave Google, Siri, many of Siri and Google actually hear you talk about that. And what I wanted to know about the gender lens on the cybersecurity, because we all bias. We all have a bias, especially the big tech company that developed by mostly by male. So could you please elaborate for us, women and LGBTQ community, how we can make sure our space will be safer? Thank you.
So there are a lot of collectives online that focus on, not just like queer on tech, women in tech, and so on and so forth. But I guess the problem there is it's always about profit. Like you hear certain women tech organization, but how they actually brand themselves is we want women to have a CEO position, but and so on and so forth. And I think that actually doesn't show its impact on working class women, working class queer community who mainly do not have access to this. And that's right. Thank you for asking that questions. And the problem is mostly connects to, I guess, access to education. So there are countries and that probably do not have that robust education for women. Right now, I would probably say that the best thing is for you to advocate for yourself. There are a lot of resources online, although I know that that's difficult to start with because I've been there. But that's a good start. To know how the tech works, for instance, is very crucial for you to advocate for your rights. Because no matter how you say that, machine learning is bad, without actually you understanding how the algorithm works, you cannot actually justify it. You cannot say that, because the bias is from the sample and so on and so forth, it's from the model and so on. So, yeah, I know it's the worst answer you could hear from me, but that's just probably how I'll start.
All right, so thank you so much for the opportunity and thank you for your holistic presentation before. So my question related to Kak Chandra actually, especially for climate activists, for example, in digital world. Like, I love your statement when you say that cybersecurity is a human right. I love it. But actually in real world, especially climate activists or social activists, we didn't have an access to an inclusive digital world, right? Because our content being banned, or we face like discrimination to our content, for example. So based on your experience or your expertise, so what kind of best practices to grassroots activism in climate so we can survive in this digital world? So yeah.
Sorry, could you like explain it a little bit further?
Okay. So actually, what kind of best practices that you can recommend for climate activists, especially in ASEAN? So we
private?
Sorry?
Climate.
Climate, yes, climate or social movement, something like that. So our content like always being banned, and we receive like discrimination in our content because, you know, climate is a crucial issue, right? So what kind of best practices that we should do to be survive in this digital era, something like that?
Ooh, oh my God, that's a difficult question. I'm afraid I don't have the answer at the moment, but I know how, you know, I probably it connects to the presentation a while ago and how a lot of, for at least for climate activism, and it happens globally on how, you know, you're not just face reprisals, but also tantamount amount of misinformation and disinformation. Although I'm not sure how that would connect to cybersecurity, but remember, it's about protection of what's your advocacy. It's protection of the data, it's protection of the people that you're working with. So I guess if I were in that space where I need to choose between the protection of the advocacy and how we perform online or social media, I would probably ditch that. I know that for so many of us, you know, in the civil society space, we use the social networking sites to promote our content and so on and so forth. But at the same time, we have to think that if we're just pushing into this kind of like tug of war, it gets really messy. If I'm only choosing between the two, but yeah, sorry, I haven't been that helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, my presentation. A huge round of applause for me. I will try to make it as quick as possible in order to have more time for our panel. But I have one or two highlights that I want to share. First is that we are in an environment of a polycrisis. Okay, we are trying really hard to not have a perma-crisis, a permanent crisis, but we have at least 4 interconnected global crises right now. We have climate crisis, we have wars and conflicts around, we have the great resignation that Gen Z and the purpose of Gen Z doesn't align with the purpose of corporations that have been made 20 and 30 years ago. So the corporate world must shift towards a new way of thinking. And of course, we live in a post-pandemic shock. We think that, okay, COVID-19 is not the thing, but we are here and we have a post-traumatic shock out of that. In order to be prepared and to thrive in this very liquid and very interconnected field, we need to shift our way of thinking, okay? And we need to embrace 3 new types of thinking. I called these threefold thinking, and we can start by critical thinking. By now, the age of AI, we need to be critical to everything that we see, that we hear, that we consume. Because of these technologies, we cannot believe something that is a fact until we fact-check everything. Even if it's something that we are really familiar with that, we need to double-check. The other thing, in order to be ready for all these new technologies and embrace these new technologies is futures thinking. We need to put ourselves in the future. We need to start imagine ourselves how we are going to be in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years from now, in order to train our mindset to think more about the future. This will help us to create new neurons, new synapses on how we will be in 3, 5, 10 years. And of course, exponential thinking. We tend to think in a serial way because this is how humans we are. And we need to start embracing a new type of thinking, which is exponential. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, it is 4, 8, 8, 16, 16, 32, and goes even faster. This is how technology is evolving, this is how information is evolving, this is how new types of governments are evolving. So if we combine these 3 types of thinking, we will be more prepared for all the new things that will come. This is a quote from Eric Hoffer. In times of change, learners inherit the world while the knowers will be beautifully equipped for a world that no longer exists. So we need to be the learners. We need to learn and learn and learn how to unlearn in order to be ready for all these new technologies and also to create these new technologies. So as regards the futures thinking, we have 3 principles. The future is not predictable, is not predetermined, and of course, we can influence by our individual choices. So we need to learn how to unlearn. If we go with a fixed mindset, like, okay, I have a degree in finance, I have a degree in media literacy or whatever, and this is it, and I will go with that for the years to come, this is not going anywhere. We need to do a step and have a new thinking to learn and evolve. And imagine that before 3 to 5 years, if you have a soft skill or something like a programming language or a foreign language or whatever, you need to update this skill every 3 years, 3 to 5 years. Right now, with this speed of technology and the speed of the evolution in the information space, we need to update our skills every 18 months. So every 1.5 years. And if the AI continues to grow, we will need to do it 6 months or 12 months. So I saw also these slides from Akil. There is no just only one model. There are many models like AI assistants, images, codes, machine learning, applications, industry, synthetic media, NLPs or whatever. There are more than 5,000 models. One thing is that these models are not optimized for truth. Okay, these models are not optimized for truth. These models are not optimized for fact. Okay, they have biases because they are based in human-generated data. Okay, so every model out there, every model, even a model that you breed yourself and you start doing the education and you did unattended learning or predefined unattended learning or expert systems or whatever technique in the machine learning space has a bias, and we need to understand that. Okay, that these models, all the models out there are not optimized for truth. Always we need to have a human in the loop in order to fact check these models, because if you ask something in whatever, from Groot to OpenAI to humane to all these models, you will get back an answer that in many cases is not a checked answer. Okay, it's an answer from a model that is based on biased data. As regards the foresight part and the work I do with megatrends and signals and weak signals and wildcard events like pandemics and stuff like that, I have 3 points as regards the trust. Our approach is an explorative foresight. Explorative is something that we don't get anything as granted. We're trying to think what will happen. We don't say this is a forecast or we don't predict anything. Okay, we try to see all the opportunities and to understand all the possible futures. This is why we say futures in plural. We have another quote from Jim Dator, he's one of the fathers of foresight. Any useful idea about the future should appear to be ridiculous now, I will say. So I have the 3 types of trust and 3 scenarios of trust that we run. We have the decentralized and transparent trust. I have the centralized and curated trust and the distributed and autonomous trust. The first thing is I trust you, the other is I trust them, and the other is I trust me. Something like the presentation that we saw earlier as regards cybersecurity. I have a system that is closed, I run it by myself, I have an iOS that I installed in my phone, I have my own data, so I just trust me, which is the distributed and autonomous. I have 3 different scenarios. The scenario that is decentralized and transparent is a society that focuses on providing citizens with as much information as possible. Imagine that you live in a world that you have as much information as possible, and every object, every service, everything that you consume, that you use, has exact details of how it's sourced, where it's been, all the clear information that you need. This is a decentralized and transparent future. We have a centralized and curated future. Imagine that we have all the big corporations that can provide people with entertainment, that can provide people with everything we need in order to manage all daily needs. But in exchange, we give our personal data, we give everything in order to get back personalized products. It's really close to what we see today from the social media space. Okay, you give up some privacy and you get back, so in exchange, some kind of connection or some kind of convenience. And of course, we have the distributed and autonomous future, like imagine something like reorganized communities that can, that they are like a DIY system, DIY everything from physical security systems or from just all the Linux stuff out there. Imagine a future that you can create everything and you need also to maintain everything. So I want you to think in which of the 3 futures you are more, let's say you like more. If you need to select one of the 3 futures, which future you're going to select? Because our approach says that there is no only one future, and we select the components of each one of the future. Because, as I say in my book, the future is not coming as a light bulb. Okay, we don't hear a huge light strikes and we are wake up in the future. The future comes as the cat, easily sneaky into the bedroom, and by the time the future comes, everything, it changes. Our needs are changed, our information, our connection with the technology, our connection with other people. So always we need to see the space between the technology, the space between the information, the space between us and our choices on how we consume information. Okay, thank you very much. I try to keep it short in order to have time for our panel. Do you have any questions from me? It was clear. Okay, great. So, I want to invite our fellow panelists. Do you want who you are? Come. I want to invite Diva, Mariam, and Alex Wen. Hello. Yeah, you can sit in the middle. You can take one of these.
I see on the side. Very shy, very shy.
Oh, hey, how are you? You got in, finally.
So, can you start with a small introduction, and then I will, each one of you can introduce yourself, and then we will move forward to our first question.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Let's do some stretching. Okay. To
Okay,
reduce.
my kind of guy. Okay.
Okay. Anyways, I'm Alex. I used to upskill, reskill youth within Southeast Asia, working with the ASEAN Foundation and later various other INGOs. So I was very in touch with the Gen Z. I was born in 1995, so I'm the generation caught between millennials and Gen Z. So I know a bit of how the different generation work and their attitudes towards technology. So with that, I am very curious about the psychology or the way and how they deal with technology. So currently I'm researching on techno-utopianism. Techno-utopianism is an idea where you see technology as the end in a perfect world. It's a paradise and everyone is free, you don't need governments anymore, everything is blockchain and by itself. So that is something that I'm working on. So that's more or less introduction, but let's talk about it more later.
All right, thank you everyone. My name is Difafi, you can call me Afi. I actually asked him as Alex, I'm also a student.
I'm not Gen Z, no, I'm older than you.
Oh, I'm also Gen Z, of course. So before studying, I actually do some kind of content creation and actively engaging with my own community, Women in Tech Security. And a few years ago, I also built this one of startups in cybersecurity that specialize in offensive security training. So we do like pen testing course and digital course, something like that. But now I do advocate for women and community involvement, and I actually do a lot of content creation that talk about human-centric security-related, like data privacy, open source intelligence also, and kind of hacking scam that currently happen and going through in our civil society. So in this discussion, of course, I will come from security related or perspective, and from the experience that I have been going through so far. Okay, that's it actually.
Thank you. And thank you, Demetrius, and thank you, everyone. Hi, my name is Mariam. I'm from Malaysia. I am a general technologist. Currently, I am very actively involved with technical standards forums, such as ICANN, IEEE, sorry, not IEEE, IETF, and ITU, and also nationally at the country level. So basically, what I do is technology policy, but from a technical standard perspective. Like if we want to talk about data protection, how do we make sure that data protection is actually complied from your fingertips? Like if I want Facebook, for example, to delete my data, I should be able to do that with a click of a button. I shouldn't have to be able to. I shouldn't have to drag Facebook to court for me to have the rights to my data, something like that. Yeah, and that's like the everyday that I do.
So I will start by asking you one by one if we want to give an advice to a community or someone as regards one skill, one thing that needs to learn as regards digital literacy and what we need to do. One skill that is really critical to master right now. One skill and one technology.
I can try, but I don't think I know one technology. I think the answer to my first point will contradict my second. Because I think everybody, one skill to have is to be adaptable. There's a saying, you know, not the strongest man in the room or the smartest person in the room, but the most adaptable to situation. Like how I'm adapting now to Dimitris. No, just kidding. So, but I think the second one is to have skills in all technological platforms if you can. Try to learn everything and be a generalist. Because I think the generation of the specialist is over. Now it belongs to the generalist. So, but you still need to have some kind of specialization. So like think of it like a McDonald's, right? You have the burger, that's your main specialization. Then you have the fries, your second specialization. Then the Coke, which is something else that you learn on the side. That can be your side hustle. I mean, in terms of jobs and all that. Yeah, your turn.
All right, so the question is one skill and one technology that, well, I can say that for skill, it's critical thinking, and for technology, is AI. So I remember that I have this one DM from me like a few weeks or a few days ago. One of my followers that sent me, like he got email messages that treat her about, you know, doxing. Doxing is like spreading people data and in public. So these scammers is actually threat my followers if she doesn't send like cryptocurrency, I think $1,500 into his wallet account. He will, you know, spread their data, including pornography video and kind of like that, because the scammers claim that he already hacked the phone by Pegasus spyware. If you know, Pegasus spyware is a powerful spyware so far that it can be infected your device mobile phone just by clicking, and it exploit we call it 0-day vulnerability, when you don't have to do anything. You don't have to fill the form or click anything. It can infect your mobile device, even though it's the approach for this Pegasus spyware. It just like you send messages or even call. It can infect your phone, and it can do a lot of you know, tracking activity, like accessing your phone, accessing camera, accessing email and location, kind of like that. But In the other hand, this actually currently happen with many of people, even maybe your mom or your sibling maybe going through this. And my followers is actually, so easily to get triggered by this kind of threat, and I think as you know, that Pegasus Power is a national level malware, and it's not spread but by ordinary civil society like us, and it's actually produced by NSO group in Israel, one of the hacking company also, and they already claim that this malware is, they sell it to the government or law enforcement agency to combat terrorism or big crime. So it's actually not spread through a student or this kind of people, because it's controversial to to track and hack politician, government, humanitarian activists, journalism, and many more. So actually, the emotion, the scammer tried to trigger the emotion and exploit the emotion of the target by talking about, oh, this Pegasus kind of powerful malware, blah, blah, blah. And he tried to threat the victim. And I think critical thinking is important, that if we see, listen, or receive something, we have to verify it. We have this kind of zero trust model. It's produced by Palo Alto Network. It's known from that company, and always verify everything that you see, you receive, and you listen before trusting and maybe consume all of that information. And this is also implemented with kind of organization that really take matters of their security. So I think it's critical thinking for me that matters. And for AI technology, as we know that AI is really help us, in our daily life. Even though in Indonesia, we really have AI is easily implemented and spread the awareness of it, then blockchain a Web3, because we use it daily. As you know, if you ask many people, if you ask what is AI, the first thing that they will think is what, ChatGPT or kind of like that. It helps us to produce information and get information, but that's once again critical thinking to verify that information. Is it true? Is it valid? Is it relevant? Yeah, I think that's it to mitigate all the threat of information.
So you have two different answers. One is generalist, one very specific, technology specific. My answer is a little bit of both. The question of what skill do you really need, I think you really need to go back to fundamentals, because technology will always change. It's 4G today, it's 5G tomorrow, artificial intelligence today, comprehensive intelligence tomorrow. It doesn't matter what the tech is. Fundamentally, you have to have the ability to adapt through the technologies. And one fundamental thing in computer science that we talk about all the time is the difference between fact and artifact. So technology is an artifact. What is a fact? A fact basically is the difference between your physical reality and your digital reality. Your physical reality is a fact. You observe, you make analysis, and then you draw conclusion. For example, you observe gravity, you know gravity exists, you make a hypothesis, you analyze how gravity works, and then you draw conclusions. That's a fact. When it comes to digital technology in general, it doesn't have to be digital, but technology in general is an artifact. So you observe, you draw hypothesis, you make analysis, and you also draw conclusion. However, you don't draw conclusion on the fact. you draw a conclusion on the design of the artifact. You see the difference? So you can talk about, like, if you talk about physical reality, you talk about the fact on its own. But when it comes to technology, you can tell, this is a good design, or is there a better design? Is this a bad design? Is there a worse design? So you coming back to this fundamental philosophy of how to think about technology is important in any stage of technology development and in any form of technology that you're in. I specialize in cloud computing today. I might specialize in different thing tomorrow. But fundamentally, I understand that technology is an artifact, which means it can be analyzed and it can be designed differently from before. Let me give an example, if that's okay. Like in modern history, yeah, I'm not talking about ancient history where you send smoke signals and you send pigeons. But in modern telecommunication history, what was the first communication network? Can somebody shout it out? Yes? Flyers. Fire's ancient. Modern.
Pigeons.
Not pigeons. The telephone. The telephone. Right? So historically, I mean, you are a futurist. To look into the future, you need to know what happened in the past. So the first the first, we could say, communication network that in our modern history we could say is the telephone, which was dependent on telephone numbers because it's fixed from one line to another. You have to actually literally plug it in for messages to come through. And then in 1981, the internet came about, where the TCP/IP protocol enabled packets of information to be delivered through the network. And the thing that made it possible is the packets that are sent through the nodes. Centralized as well, but different means, the packets. We used to send over messages through voice over the telephone. Now, what's next after the internet? What is the architecture and what is the system that we would use to deliver communication within, in the same way, faster, better, and bigger? So there are a few candidates. There are many candidates, actually. But the thing that is largely talked about in technical communities like IETF, there's this thing called Name Data Network, NDN. It's decentralized and it's also distributed, where each node holds cache of information. So you don't have the information centralized in one place anymore. You can have libraries of information sent out from different points. That could be a candidate. Another candidate is what was mentioned earlier in Jean's slide, zero knowledge proof, where, for example, you go to vote, you want to verify that you are a voter. The person who is holding the note in front of you doesn't need to know that you are married or where you live or what religion you are. With zero knowledge proof, you can verify who you are, your identity, without revealing all the information. They need to know you vote here and you are a citizen and you are eligible to vote. You are above 18 years old. That's another candidate. So my point here is looking at the history and building on the history of existing technologies is a key skill that perhaps a lot of computer science students today overlook because of the emphasis on science education to only look at the tech specifically. I mean, AI, we talked about it, but China is already talking about comprehensive intelligence. So it doesn't really matter actually tech-specific regulation also to be tech-specific. One day your regulation becomes obsolete. What are you going to do? So future thinking requires historical knowledge. That's my point. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, as regards historical knowledge and foresight, we have a lot of different approaches. There is an approach that we call backcasting, that we get stuff from the past. Futures thinking doesn't rely in terms of history because history has also biases. So, and in many cases, we have different points of view of historical facts. So, one more question, and probably it will be our last question, but we will see to get some questions from the audience. I would like to give one advice from a tool or with a tool that you recently used in the context of digital literacy. Something that you use it, or a practice or something, and you think that it's really valuable and you can share it with our community. By the way, we didn't rehearse the questions, they hear it just now, okay, in order to be actual and valuable. So, who would you like to start?
I would like to say ladies first. Ladies first. Mayam, go.
The youngest first.
Oh, the youngest.
So digital literacy. I actually didn't use specific tools, but I use specific skills. So yeah, like I said before, I do like talk about intelligent search, openly intelligent search that we can actually learn and to get information from anywhere on internet. By utilizing this bunch of tools, what is that? That open source to actually verify information and something, because you know what that internet has a lot of information and different search and different accuracy or relevancy. So I do learn this kind of skills to identify which content is relevant, good, and it's not disinformation or misinformations. So if anyone ever hear about Google Dorking, it's kind of you use queries, Google queries to search information, so you can directly find information that you want without scrolling down again and overwhelming yourself about this bunch of informations. So, and after that, I actually looking for the credibility. Is it if I look for a journal, I use the queries to actually it's technical, so I will give like overview. It's actually queries. It's real simple actually. If you want to learn, just memorize the queries and everything that you want to search, maybe in specific website or specific title. You will find it more easily. So yeah, I use that skill.
Sure. Dimitris, your question was a more technical one, right? Like what exactly what?
Depends. It can be a tool, like I use, I don't know, ChatGPT or custom GPTs or whatever, or I use a prompt, or I use a practice like the Google queries or whatever, something that can make the life of a community manager easier.
I think it's important to learn how to code, to be the inventor behind technology, because like technology will evolve, like this chair. So man is the brainchild of this chair. I sit on this chair, but the chair that you're sitting on and what I'm sitting on evolves with the ergonomics of the man. So I think for me, Python would be, in terms of learning how to code, it will be the most important. Because it's like learning a language. You're able to unlearn or relearn another one. So once you learn Python, you can go into C++, R, or you can jump into JavaScript, and various other coding systems. So it's like learning a language, but learning the basics of the language. So Python, for me, it will be Python. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the audience will have different answers. Like for example, Gerald, he's using ChatGPT now to applying for stuff. No, no, just kidding. Yeah, Python. Yeah.
I can share one hack that I use. which is AppSumo. Have you heard of AppSumo? Anybody heard of AppSumo? So if you want to be the first few to find new technology, go to appsumo.com. Yeah, this is where you find early stage, often alpha stage, or at most beta stage technologies that you, for anything of your problem. That's how we, at the IO Foundation, that's how we find our AI tools to map government structures, which is what we use with Context Mine for. And then there's also a research tool that we use called Afforai, AFFORAI. Afforai, we also found on AppSumo. There are so many things that we basically have in mind what problem we want to solve, and then we figure out where is the marketplace, which is AppSumo, to find the tool that we need to solve our problem. And I wouldn't say it solves all of our problem, but at the very least, you are almost always an early adopter of technology when you go to AppSumo, because these are early stage startups that are looking for early base users, and most of the time they have this thing called LTDs, lifetime deals. So which means you get like lifetime subscription for a fraction of the price. Since, you know, we are paying for technologies now, like, I don't know how many hundreds of dollars that I spend monthly on technology, you know, it's becoming like a core expense. And so this is the one hack. If I wouldn't recommend learning, you know, to become a technologist for you to become techie. Because, for example, I'm not a mechanic, but I still drive a car. You know, I shouldn't have to know how to build a car for me to drive a car. You shouldn't have to be a software developer for you to use applications. You can do that even without scripting knowledge or coding knowledge. So this is mostly for anyone, any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Go to AppSumo if you want to find. I mean, if one day AppSumo closed down, find another AppSumo. You know.
As regards AppSumo and similar, AppSumo and Product Hunt. These are two websites for early tech startups that they upload all these app deals and stuff like that. One more website that worth trying is make.com, M-A-K-E, make.com. Make.com is a website to do automations. So you can connect your Google Drive, your Airtable, your Excel file, with ChatGPT, with Slack or whatever, and do some kind of automation in order to post or keep links or whatever. But in order to sum up, we have something like be generalist, try to focus on something really well. The other thing is try to understand based on the historical evidence, but also fact versus artifact. And the final is to be practical and to understand new technologies by embracing and trying new stuff. Any last words before I get the question? Something?
I think for me to sum it up is to really have a joy of learning. Whatever you take on, you know, to live is to learn. So try to learn everything. But of course, you don't need to be a mechanic to drive a car. But for me, I enjoy learning because my cultural background, I'm Hakka, so I enjoy learning new things, you know, for the fun of it. Yeah. So,
do we have any questions? If we don't have any questions, I want a huge round of applause, and we will go for a coffee break. Am I right?